Recording in progress.
Cik, cik, one, tes satu. Cik, tes. Cik, one, tes. Cik, he, cik, he. he.
Cek. Cek. Cek 1 2. Cek. Itu dah unmute semua dah. Cek, cek, cek. Cek, cek. Cek. Cek, cek. Cek, cek, tes 1 2 cek, cek, sah. Cek, cek. Ini volumenya. Cek, cek 1 2, cek, cek. Nah, coba Mas.
Cek, cek, cek.
Coba lagi. Oh iya, itu enggak.
Cek,
Itu yang enggak usah di rumah kayaknya. Yang ini aja volume di depannya.
cek, cek.
Ini yang putih ini. Ini yang putih, ini yang hitam. Cek,
Cek, cek.
cek,
Cek.
cek. Cek. Cek.
Cek, cek.
Cek.
Cek, cek.
Cek. Cek. Ya? Ini kan enggak mau nyala tadi. Ini volumenya ya? Iya, iya. Berapa? Kasih cek. Cek. Oh, semuanya. Iya, volumenya. Cek. Cek, cek. 1 2. Cek, cek. Ini YouTube ya? Udah tadi dibalikin tadi. Udah dibalikin tadi.
Cek, cek mic saja. Cek,
Muter udah dibalikin tadi.
cek.
Sensor kan? So ye. Cek, cek.
Cek, cek. Cek, Cek. Cek mic 1 2. Cek. 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 Cek mic. Cek. Cek mic 1 2 1 2 1.
Okay, it's 9:29.
Good morning, everyone. So, make sure that you have enough ammunition in front of you, because we will be a bit late for the break. So this morning, the session that we would like to discuss is regarding the livelihood of the people in the area that we have been observed during the last maybe 1 year. In Labuan Bajo, in Teluk Saleh or Saleh Bay, and also in the Lembe in the North Sulawesi. But before go into detail about this area, this is a good for us to hear what is the expert mentioned about this livelihood, how he may links that the development ongoing process in those area into our tiny seagrass ecosystem, not the mangrove. Yeah, yeah, because mangrove we can easily recognize. Yeah, but maybe you can link it anyway if you have some information about this, also coral reef. So without further ado, I would like to invite Tim Squeeze to give his talk, and hopefully we can have we receive more information regarding livelihood. Please, time is yours.
Terima kasih, Pak Andreas, and thanks for that welcome. So yes, hello, my name's Tim Squeeze. I'm part of the CSIRO team. I'll be presenting a little bit of background about some work that's been going on as part of the Indonesia Blue Carbon Program. So this work has been contributed to by many people in CSIRO and the wonderful teams that we have in Indonesia, also teams from Papua New Guinea and Fiji. So I just want to acknowledge everybody who's contributed to this work. I won't name them all, but there's a cast of thousands, no, not quite that many, but quite a lot. So I'll be talking today about livelihoods from blue carbon habitats, about how to value those, livelihoods, and looking at the impacts on them. So Matt did ask the question, why livelihoods? And, as he does, enhancing his reputation for asking those difficult questions. And I thought, oh, gee, that is a good question. So we've been talking about livelihoods, and I think it's, pretty, self-evident that looking at blue carbon habitats through the lens of livelihoods is going to be important for, preserving them in the future. But we know that blue carbon ecosystems underpin local livelihoods, so it's a suitable framing metric for local stakeholders to value blue carbon in terms of livelihood. We know that local stakeholders are also important, have a very important role in managing local ecosystems, in Indonesia and in the South Pacific. So really, managing blue carbon ecosystems will not succeed unless we consider local livelihoods. So I guess, it's a pretty simplistic but obvious thought process to go through, but it is an interesting question to keep asking yourself, why livelihoods? And the other reason why livelihoods are the benefit is that assessing livelihoods, the livelihood benefits of blue carbon ecosystems, gets local stakeholders together, sometimes for the first time, and people just seem to get it. When you ask them what are the livelihood benefits you get from blue carbon ecosystems, local stakeholders just seem to get it. So you get an interaction between local stakeholders. As I say, sometimes for the first time, you have people sitting in the same room from blue carbon ecosystems, and it also provides an opportunity for scientists to interact with local stakeholders as well when you are listing this information, which is very useful for getting connected with local stakeholders, and also think a little bit about as well. So I'll just quickly talk a little bit about the systems approach. So you'll notice that in the work that we do, we don't only talk about blue carbon habitats, we talk about all the habitats that underpin livelihoods, and we talk about all the people that make up a community. So we take a systems approach. And we do that to basically enhance the management of blue carbon ecosystems, and I hope I can explain that and justify that. So what is a system? A system is a group of interacting or interrelated elements which act according to a set of rules to create a unified whole or work towards the goal. So we're talking about basically a community there that is governed at some level. It's generally bounded, but it can be influenced by external factors, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. And the system we're generally talking about is a social ecological system. So it has a human system that's made up of individuals, groups or institutions that are connected, and an ecosystem which has various habitats and populations that are connected by trophic structures, by the exchange of energy, by migrations. And the human system acts on the ecosystem by, extraction and management, and the ecosystem provides ecosystem benefits through ecosystem services to the human system. So generally the social ecological system that we will look at is generally a governance area, like a DESA or a province or something like that. So if we match our social ecological system to a governance system, that's useful because when we want to manage that system, we already have the governance system in place. So as I said, on the social side, all these actors on the social side are interconnected. The ecosystem is interconnected. So if we just consider one ecosystem and a few players, we risk missing out on these interactions, the different framing of value and the governance structure that will underpin the management of these ecosystems. So that's why we go for the system view. So normally when we do this work that you'll see today, we also do some governance mapping to try to figure out, well, who are the decision makers within communities? And this is just a couple of examples from the South Pacific work, some local versions of governance of blue carbon ecosystems, and then some, using regulatory information from regulatory frameworks in a sort of more scientific way. But I won't talk about that today, but keep in mind that governance mapping is also going to be quite important for managing blue carbon ecosystems. So we'll talk a bit today about ADWIM. I'm trying to sort of get through this pretty quickly because I want to leave a lot of time for our wonderful Indonesian team members to show you the results of what they did. But basically they applied ADWIM. It stands for the Asset Drivers Wellbeing Interaction Matrix. I just put up there because we use the word well-being rather than livelihoods. So well-being is a better metric for measuring the human condition. But in this case, it's underpinned by livelihoods that you get from blue carbon. So where you see well-being, really we're talking about livelihoods. They're pretty much interchangeable in this context. And we use this process to value ecosystem goods and services and look at the impacts of climate change and population growth on them. So here's how ADWIM works. I'm not going to go into any detail here. We can provide more detail later on, and the other talks today will provide some input, some more detail. But basically we have a set of inputs, an assessment component and some outputs. And I'll just talk about some of the inputs. So one of the inputs is system drivers and pressures. So we look at climate change impacts and human population drivers, and for changes in rainfall, changes in storm intensity, sea level rise and ocean acidification. And on the human side, there's utilisation, land use and pollution. So getting this information together can be quite challenging. It's just part of what we see as a knowledge broker or a change agent in terms of doing this work. Usually getting this information and putting this in front of your decision makers can help them in a whole range of planning and management processes. So the other thing we do is we think about what time slices people are going to be interested in. And generally we've found that people are interested in, say, 2030, so it's not too far in the future. How are things going to change by 2030? And then how are things going to change by 2050? That's about one generation away. That's another sort of time slice that people recognise as a useful time slice for planning. And then we might look at 2100 or 2090. It's distant, it's fairly uncertain, but it kind of forms a boundary object for the types of impacts that could happen in the distant future. There was something else I was going to say about this, but I've forgotten. The other input that we have, of course, are the ecosystem goods and services. So what are ecosystem goods and services? Basically the benefits that nature provides to humans quite simply. And one classification way that they can be classified, this is using the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. We've all seen this. It's classified into provisioning services, cultural services, regulatory services, and supporting services, and there's some examples there. But basically, the first two, provisioning services and cultural services, they're sort of direct use values. So people, you know, they harvest resources from their local ecosystem, so they can be sometimes classified as natural resources, or they utilise them in terms of their cultural benefits. They're a direct use. But ecological regulation and these supporting services, they're indirect. So sometimes, you know, they're not recognised, they're difficult to value, and people think that they're limitless sometimes. So, you know, we've heard over the last couple of days about people, you know, basically losing their seagrass beds, and then all of a sudden their beach erodes. And we saw another good example of the role of seagrass in terms of water purification. So these are all indirect uses. Hard to value, and sometimes they're not known, you don't know you've got them until they're gone. But in ADWIM, I'll talk a little bit about these later, but in ADWIM we really do focus on these direct use benefits, ecosystem goods and services. And the way we value them is by looking at their well-being value. So that's what you'll see today. And I'll explain a little bit more about that. So what are the constituents of well-being? So basically we divide it up into food, the provision of food or food security, income, health and cultural benefits. They are our 4 constituents of well-being, and you'll see a little bit more about that later on. I won't go through the assessment components, but happy to talk to anyone about how we do the assessment components. I'll just talk a little bit about the outputs. These are the things that come out of ADWIM that we can give to our stakeholders and decision makers to help them make decisions. So the first I'm going to talk about is eggs wellbeing importance, and this is the sort of output. Again, this is from Fiji, but you'll see plenty of examples from our Indonesian case studies here, but generally it'll just be a range of ecosystem goods and services and how important they are for local wellbeing, and in terms of income, health, food security and culture. And when you do this exercise with people, very often local stakeholders are very interested in this work. It's the first time they've seen how ecosystems underpin their community's well-being, and you know, people are generally very interested in this type of work. And we can aggregate this importance up into the different habitats, arable land, estuaries, you know, seagrass beds, things like that, so they can get an idea of how important the habitats are, and if we have an aerial extent of the habitats, we can look at the relative importance of each of these different habitats. And again, this is useful information for stakeholders to put these different sort of well-being benefits of these different habitats into context. And very often you'll find that arable land is very important for these remote communities. Things like gardens, local gardens, often are very important. But often they'll have a range of benefits they get from estuaries and seagrass beds. But when you look at the relative importance of things like estuaries and seagrass, you often find that they're much more important in terms of their per area contribution, because they're constrained habitats, but they do provide some representing the value of these habitats to local stakeholders. The other thing we can do is look at the relative importance of local ecosystem goods and services versus external income, and this will be interesting for some of our Indonesian examples. And generally, the more remote a community, the more they'll be relying on their local ecosystem goods and services. But again, it's useful information to give back to communities to help them value their ecosystems. And then I'll talk about the impact side. So this is an example. I know it's a lot, but don't forget, we're actually building this with the local stakeholders, so they kind of understand it by the time you get to this stage. So it has the value of those ecosystem goods and services, and these are the impacts in 2030, 2050 and 2070. This is the example for Fiji. And it's illustrated by the different impacts, the climate change impacts and the human impacts. What are the impacts on these ecosystem goods and services? So in other words, what's important to them and how they're going to be impacted in the future. And you can see that while there are some positive impacts in the short term, most of the impacts are going to be negative. And we put this information in front of them and they can see what is driving their local community vulnerability, what they care about and what's impacted is driving vulnerability, and what what are some of the ecosystem goods and services that could be quite resilient in the future to impacts? And they can look at those in terms of, you know, alternative incomes or alternative livelihoods. In this case, it's offshore tuna. And again, we can represent this in terms of habitats. How important are the habitats, and which habitats are going to be most impacted, and what's driving those impacts? And they can use this information to see some of these things they'll be able to do something about, some they won't. So is there anything we can do about this light blue, this overutilisation impact that we're going to have on these habitats? And then we can combine that all up again and show the overall impact on communities in 2030, 2050 and 2090 from the different drivers. This is not so useful for the local stakeholders, but this sort of output is very useful if you're doing multiple areas and you want to prioritise action across an area. And we've done this in Papua New Guinea and in Indonesia as well. I won't talk too much about this, you'll see plenty of examples. So what does ADWIM work? What are the characteristics of scientific information that makes it useful for decision makers? And this is very useful, I think. This is information from CASH. I should have put the reference, so I'm happy to give it to you, about what is it, the characteristics of scientific information that makes it useful for decision makers. And it's things like, it has to be transparent. If people don't know where you got the information, where you got the output, they're not going to use it. And generally, ADWIM's transparent, so stakeholders are involved in the process, and we make sure that the information sources are clearly defined. It needs to be relevant. So, you know, it's designed for local communities, and we take a system approach, so it's relevant to their local systems. It has to be, often it's useful to be replicable. What you do in one area, it's useful to be able to do in another area. If you use a different method in different areas, then people lose a little bit of faith in the results, and also it makes it hard to get sort of larger learnings out of it. So if it's replicable, it's useful. And of course, it has to be credible. So people have to, you know, have a high reliance in it. So, you know, it has to be easily cross-checked. And this integrating local and scientific knowledge also gives some credibility to the outputs. I'll just quickly talk about regulatory services, because although we do the provisioning and cultural services, it's not to say regulatory services aren't important. That's things like, I'll talk about what they are. So this is a review that was done on regulatory services by the FAO. It's looking at, you know, the different habitats, and these are the regulatory services: coastal protection, carbon sequestration, water control and purification, air quality control and pollination. There are others, but they're the main ones. And we can see that, you know, all of these regulatory services, particularly mangroves, but also seagrass. I mean, mangroves really takes the gold medal for regulatory services. And these asterisks in the colour is the FAO's sort of version of the strength of those regulatory services that you get from those different habitats. So getting this information in front of stakeholders is also important for valuing these habitats. So I'll just quickly look at coastal protection and carbon sequestration, which is the two that often get a lot of attention. And don't worry too much about this. I did do some searches for this sort of information from Indonesia, but for the South Pacific, GIZ actually sponsored a compilation of the economic valuation of carbon sequestration and coastal protection for marine and coastal habitats, which is very useful. It's an excellent compilation of values, and they did a pretty good job. And if we just have a look at carbon sequestration, you know, these numbers of about $2,000 US per hectare per year that's the social cost of carbon. So that's sort of like avoided damage, if you like, in the future of carbon being sequestered by those habitats and also being held and trapped by those habitats. And these numbers are starting to become, I mean, economists, it's a black art economics, yeah. If there's any economists here, well, all credit to you. But, you know, because there's different time frames and different discounting factors and things like that. But these numbers are starting to become a little bit consistent of $2,000-3,000 per hectare per year of avoided damage from mangroves and about $1,000 per hectare per year from seagrass. So I think these numbers are real. You know, they've done their sums, they've had a look at the social cost of carbon, and that is basically about what they are. And this would be transferable across from Pacific to Indonesia, because when you're releasing that carbon, it doesn't matter where it comes from. So in Fiji, we thought, well, let's go the whole hog. Let's take the aerial extent of these habitats and tell them how much their habitats are worth per year for just their area, $60,000 US per year. And the first thing that local stakeholders say, of course, is, oh, well, how can I get some of that money? And, you know, we've talked about payment for ecosystem services and things like that. And the rub is that if you have actually a look at the local, and remember that this 60,000 per year, that's a globally realised value. So the actual local social cost of carbon of their habitats is, well, it's less than $0.01 per year. So there's not much economic incentive for them to protect those carbon habitats that are local to those communities, because the benefit is realised globally, not locally. So unless you're going to pay them for it, there's not much economic incentive for them to keep the carbon in the ground. There are the livelihood benefits, of course, and there are coastal protection benefits and water regulation benefits, but not much from the carbon sequestration, which we all know. I won't worry about that one. So how are we going to use this information? And, you know, we'll be talking about that perhaps today, next week when we're in Brisbane, and we'll give you some examples. You know, generally as I say, we co-produce this knowledge with local stakeholders, we give it back to them in some sort of graphical format, and they use it to design adaptation strategies that, you know, are not maladaptive. And very often we'll use a process called scenario planning, where we have the climate information, the ADWIM, some governance mapping, and then we'll get people together. The first thing you need to do is get everyone on the same page in terms of their vision. So for Labuan Bajo, I know that there's competing demands from, say, tourism, fisheries, and other uses. So getting stakeholders in the same room and just trying to get a common vision is actually a very useful exercise. Then we look at, you know, uncertainty. Of course we're dealing with uncertainty. The way we do that is through scenarios. So we'll build different scenarios for Labuan Bajo going into the future. And then with all that information, they'll try to design their adaptation strategies, which is a huge ask with all this information. But of course, you know, when you're bringing them along on the journey all the way over a 1 or 2 day workshop, it seems to work. And that's where I'll stop and hand over to our wonderful Indonesian team. Ibu Eka, I think you're up first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Tim. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Eka. I work as a planner for the Regional Development Planning Agency. Today, I would like to share our stories about the livelihood in Prajak Village. Our team consists of myself and Pak Lalu Adi Gunawan. We also have Ibu Terry, Pak Daul, and Pak Tim, Pak James as well, and other people who involved in this research, fieldwork research. First of all, I would like to start with the, yes, that's happy us at the night time during the fieldwork, talking to the local people, and they are very happy to see us. We are also happy to see them, because we are trying to figure it out in the beginning, what will be the term blue carbon and how we are going to explain to them about blue carbon. At the end, we are all happy. So I would like to start with the end before we come to the beginning. It's actually a good lesson learned for us as well. ADWIM tool is something new for us. With the help of Pak Tim and Pak James, we are very happy to learn quickly and also apply it directly to the village level. So the outline will start with the introduction, and then the location, problems, methods, findings, discussion, and the way forward. For the introduction, the aim is we want to know the existing condition of the blue carbon in Prajak sub-village, and then it was done in November last year. We have 3 main activities: the governance and mapping, and then ecosystem service. The activity 3, decision making, we are not able to do it because of the time limitation. And then the location, we have Nusa Tenggara Barat Province. Actually, we have 2 main islands, Lombok and Sumbawa. Prajak is located in Sumbawa Island with a population around 400 people. And they are relying their life from fishing and agriculture. So here the location, they have many potentials, such as the agriculture, fishery, tourism, jellyfish booming, and also the cultural heritage, local tradition, and food. What are the problems? We look at the problems based on the economic, social, and environment. For the environment, for example, here, a lot of dry land that is still not managed, and then also with the waste infrastructures, it still have a problem. The community highly depends on blue carbon ecosystems, as the dominant occupation is fishermen. And then also with the physical pressure, that's are the problems we identified as the environmental. So what are the research methods that we are applying in this research? First is qualitative. We are talking to them, and then we are using the case study approach. We collect the data with FGD, with the local, and then interviews with the important key stakeholders at the district level and also at the village level. We also doing the field observation. The analysis, we are using the ADWIM tools as explained by Pak Tim. And then the findings, local perception about the importance of coastal or marine environment. This is the in-depth interview. As you can see in the picture, we go and talk to the regional development planning at Sumbawa district, and then we talk to the head of the sub-village. We talk to the local champions, yeah, and community leaders as well, because they know the stories of the past, how the environment have changed over time. We have the FGD for 3 nights. We did it in the evening because during the day, people are working, so they are busy. They are going to the farms. They go to the markets as traders or sellers. Total participants are 35. During the FGD, we also separate. We have the sessions where we separate the male and female participants so that we don't. In one occasion we mix them, but in another occasion we mix them because we want to hear the voice of the females, what are the voices of the male side, so we can get the both gender perceptions, so they are not sort of like having power over the other. So this is very important. We are trying to incorporate the concept of GETSI, gender equity, disability, and social inclusions in this research. And then both men and women participants were having a brief introduction to the blue carbon and how it has impacted. We are trying hard to find the local term for blue carbon so that they will understand what we are trying to explain, or we are trying to get the information from them. This is very important in the beginning, and it's important if we are going to the field also that we speak the local language, so they will feel us as a researcher, they feel welcome as well, they are not like a distant with us. And then the third day of the FGD, we are asking them to drawing like collective drawing. What are their future perceptions about this village? What are they thinking with all the resources, natural resources that they have in the future? How they are going to predict what will happen? So we asked them to draw with different scenario. They said that, oh, well-being project will be healthy, will be wealthy, kind of, and it's all shown in this drawing. We have 4 drawings. Yeah. And then we come to the research findings based on the tools, ADWIM tools. For the eggs, important, ecosystem goods and services for the importance. In Teluk Saleh, there are top 5 eggs, starting with the fishery reef, and then fishing inshore, honeybee, maize, and chicken. These are the top 5. And then when it comes to the habitat importance, as you can see, looking at the sum of income, health, food security, culture, the dry land, it's the dominant one. And then for the habitat relative importance, also looking at the 4 main elements, incomes, health, food security, and cultures. Dry land is also the dominant here. We are also looking at the local X relative importance. Here, the same percentage is for the food security and health. What are the pressures? For the pressure, the sea level rise here, And then also with the changes in the temperature and the rainfall. For example, in 1990, the temperature is 27.6, but for the future, it's for 2030, it's increasing to 28.4, as well as in the 2090, it's 30.7. Another findings, important and impacts. The top 5 is the fishery, and then as you can see on the right hand, with the scenario business as usual, we can see the climate projection and medium population growth. It's dominant by the temperature change and the rainfall. Yes. These two, which X could be the driving community vulnerability, it's for the longer terms, 2090, it's the fishery and also the inshore. X with less impact, it's the dry land. And for the habitat importance and impacts in Teluk Saleh, dry land, it's still dominating the well-being importance. It's almost like more than 40% here. And the overall well-being, combine the two things here, potential impacts and also the habitats. Here we can see that for 2030, the total consequences is around 15%, and for 2050 it will increase to almost 25, and in 2090 it will be like 45%. So this is the scenario of business as usual. What will be the intervention? That's the next question. What will be the intervention so that the consequences can be reduced over time, and in the long run, we still have the sustainable livelihood in Project Village. For the drawings, the interpreting for the future, this is very interesting. One of the groups say that project will free from extreme weather, that's their dreams, and then the other one is wealthy projects, that's their dream as well. So we are like taking them back to the future life. What can they do now so that they will achieve the free from extreme weather and wealthy project? That's the message from this vision and strategy games using the pictures and drawings. We also highlight the people capacity and the resilience. Actually, the sub-village was established in 2006. Over times, they have problems. They also do the bombing for the fish, but then when facilitation and also assessment empowerment are in place, they are having their own local regulation. They start to stop bombing the fish. They have a very strict regulation for that, so to protect the environment. So that's the drawback from the last few years, but now they are like consider that they need to working together and protect the environment and stop the fish bombing. For the discussions, yes, as I mentioned earlier, that the local community is unfamiliar with the definition of blue carbon. As a researcher, we are also trying to find the local terms for the blue carbon, and then the initial finding shows that the stopping for the fish bombing, and they have the local regulations, and then the proactive role of the local government as well, supporting by the non-government side. We know that we have an in-depth interview with the NGO called WCS. They are very active, proactive in doing the empowerment, and then the challenge is how to improve the sustainability aspect of this local initiative to support the blue carbon economy. And then the successful development programs is also can be measured by the local people participations. and the impact of collective actions. This is a very important point because top-down policy sometimes is not working, but participation and initiative from bottom up, it's more sustained in the long term. For the way forward, we were thinking of enhancing the role of local leaderships so that they can lead the local community to have a better environment so that they can benefit from the environment ecosystems, goods and services that they already have at this moment. And then local people need to have more access to the electricity and internet, because when we were there, we cannot make a phone call because of the internet connection is not reliable. And then the discourse on the importance of coastal and marine ecosystems need to be support with the local livelihood. And then the last one is strengthening the role of all actors, actually, especially the NGOs working. At the moment, it's, we can only talk to WCS, but probably with other NGO working together in other sectors, for example, strengthening their economics capacity, then they will have less interest in doing the destruction on the coastal or marine environment, because they are busy making money and they can, at the same time, they will protect the environment, so the benefit from the environment will go back again to the local community. Here are some of the reference. Yeah, that's us and our teams. Thank you very much for your. We were happy to have the comments and inputs, because this is our first time working with Adwim tools, and also we want to learn more about blue carbon in the near future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ibu Terry will tell the story. Oh, Ibu Desi will tell the story about the Lembe, another location. We have 3 different locations, Teluk Saleh, and then Lembe, and Labuan Bajo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Pak Andreas, Pak Matt, Ibu Nikki, Pak Tim also, and others from CSIRO, and our blue carbon team for Lembe Island. I'm Desi Mantiri, lecturer from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Samratulangi University, Manado. I would like to show you about a part of our research about blue carbon ecosystem services, specifically live in Lembe Island, Bitung City, North Sulawesi. This is the photo of our team without Pak Andreas, because he lived before. And this is the outline of this presentation. And this is the background of our research, which was previously described by Bu Eka. The difference is the study location. The area of study is located on Lembe Island, which is part of Bitung City on the eastern part of North Sulawesi. A long, narrow, and deep strait separates mainland Sulawesi and Lembe Island. The strait is 16 kilometers long and 1 to 2 kilometers wide. Data collection was carried out in Pasir Panjang sub-district on the red cycle. The sub-district population is 468 people, and population density in 2021 was 144.44 per kilometer square, and main source of incomes are fishing and agriculture. Bitung and Lembe Island include Pasir Panjang are part of the National Tourism Strategic Area, where Pasir Panjang Sub-District has natural tourism destination such as marine, ecology, and adventure. Lembe Island is one of the most popular diving spots in Asia, known for its abundance of colorful marine life, such as sea slugs, seahorses, exotic cuttlefish, and many unique things under the sea. Moreover, the government of North Sulawesi has prepared a special plan document for Lembe Island, which is an aerotropolis concept, an area in which there are various urban activities that support each other with airport activities. The problems in Pasir Panjang found are lack telecommunication access. During our activities in Lembe, we had difficulty getting a telecommunication signal, and the problem of leadership where the sub-district had appointed by the city mayor, not selected from the local community. Sometimes miscommunication happened between the head and the community. Then the problem ecotourism. Before COVID-19, mangrove tourism was established. These activities provide alternative livelihoods, but during COVID-19, there were no more ecotourism activities. Currently, but very slowly, tourism activities are starting to be active. The research methodology, the same as other locations, and has been explained by Bu Eka. Besides focus group discussion, we also interview the head of sub-district and collating the secondary data. This photo show focus group discussion activities where the livelihood teams explain about blue carbon to the community, collecting data for AdWIM's tool input. It's me and other team also. It's so small. Now we come to the research finding about EGS well-being or X well-being importance. During the survey, we identified 25 items of EGS what support the Pasir Panjang community. The top 5 most important eggs were pisang or banana, coconut, chicken, fishing offshore, and fishery reef. In terms to supporting habitats, dryland, agriculture was the most important, supplying about 55% of overall well-being benefits, with mangrove on the second. We can see in the slide. Most other habitats were less than 10%. In relative terms, importance, this is the Atwin outputs, and already explained many by Pak Tim. And this is the sea level rise. This is the sea level rise is a problem also for us in Pasir Panjang, Bitung City, North Sulawesi. This table shows the compilation of pressure data. The pressure change projection applied to the X are temperature increase starting from 2030, rainfall increase also in 2030 and will decrease further. The percentage of sea level rise in 2030 is 3.62 to 29% in year 2090. Population also growth. And population density per kilometer square was calculated using population estimates, and the area Pasir Panjang predict that the population of Pasir Panjang will increase by more than 50% by year 2090. When we assessed the potential impact of drivers such as climate change and population growth on the local acts, we found that most of the important acts were mostly impacted by land use. Lembe Island has a relatively high population density already, and the sea level rise in the longer term, especially for agriculture acts. Fisheries, especially reef fisheries, are predicted to be affected by overutilization and climate change impact. Blue carbon habitats are impacted by a range of stressors, including overutilization and land use for estuaries and sea level rise. In this slide, we show the habitat supporting acts occurring in Lembe Island and their importance for human well-being on the left, and the population impacts on each in year 2030, 2050, and 2090 under the business as usual scenario. This is on the right. Overall, consequence being the value and potential impact on the well-being came from the local acts is predicted by 2030 around 25% loss of livelihoods and very severe by year 2090. The large predicted impact are due to stressors associated with population growth, overuse, and land use pressure. The Lembe Island are already has very high population density, even by Indonesian standards. And it's projected to get much bigger over the next few decades. This has the greatest potential impact on X and its supporting habitats. Sea level rise is expected to have a major impact on the region by year 2090 under the current business as usual scenario. And what the next? We concern several points. First, strengthening the leadership in community. And the second, ensuring that the local people have access to internet to support their livelihoods. and maintaining the discourse of the importance of coastal or marine environment to support local livelihood. The construction on an aerotropolis on Lembe Island can indirectly increase the pressures on eggs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. From the north part of Indonesia, now we're flying back to Labuan Bajo because I'm going to talk about the livelihood in Labuan Bajo. Okay, my name is Cherry Lewis. It's very Western name, but believe me, I'm from Indonesia, and I work for BRIN. But before I work for Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and here I'm represent the livelihood team. That if you could see on my slide, livelihood team comes from different institutions, and then the main part is the local stakeholders. So I would like to thanks to local stakeholders, Nusa Cendana University, Pak Lumban and friends, that also very helpful for us to having this kind of research in Labuan Bajo. So my background is not the social science. I'm an ecologist and marine science background. And I remember last year, we got challenge from Andreas, Pak Andreas, that why you don't want to explore something new? And then, okay, my friend and I get, okay, challenge accepted. And then following this challenge, there were, we have online training for a couple of weeks. And I remember every time, once a week on the Wednesday afternoon around 2 to 3 hours, we have online training. And again, you should believe me that I'm not a good student. If this training have an exam, then perhaps I will not pass. Okay, this is an outline of my presentation. The two first, I'm not going to, I will going just a brief why we have the Labuan Bajo as a part, as a site of this activity, and then the main course is the outputs and way forward. So everyone here know very much about Labuan Bajo. They have a very beautiful and high diversity of marine and coastal resources, and then also they have a blue carbon potency and Seagrass ecosystem. We could see in the result after. And then very close to Komodo Island, which is the World Heritage, it is designated in 1991. And then also it's fast moving coastal city and one among the 5 super priority tourism destination. And administratively, this Labuan Bajo is in the Komodo district, Manggarai Barat Regency or West Manggarai Regency. So because marine tourism is one of the main activity in the Labuan Bajo, this is just to give an impression what is going on about the tourism here before and after the pandemic. So we could see the visitor, both for the local visitor and then the foreign visitor, before 1 year before the pandemic. It's the total from January to December 2019, it's reached up to around 200-something thousand visitors. And then suddenly abrupt, 0 in March 2020, and then rise again around June or starting July 2020, because the provincial government has a local initiative. They call it Work from Bajo. So we think that to see this graph, Labuan Bajo has starting to rise again, the tourism. So I think this is very much the same the slide about the. Okay, part of the methodology, we have to know we use the ATWIM tools, but what is the input for the ATWIM tools? There are two big inputs. First, the system driver and pressure, and the second one is the ecosystem goods and services. How we get this input? The first one, usually, we get the input from the secondary data, some published data, or some published data on the official website. And then the second one, the ecosystem goods and services, we collecting data from the people, from the local people, how they put the volume, how they put the value of the ecosystem goods and services. So, this is just want to show how the process in the community was going on. Yeah, if in Project Island we have 4 different groups, so the participant group in the 4 different based on the gender, right, Bu Eka? Yeah, but here we have 3 different groups based on their employee. Yeah, jobs. First is fishermen, and then the second is tourism, and the third one is about merchant. Okay, after we collecting data, we put the data in the ATWIMs. So what will come up after we analyze all this data? We have actually 3 main outputs. First is X potential impact, and then the second is X well-being importance, and then the overall well-being impact. So the first, I would like to talk about the X well-being importance. There are 3 things in X well-being important. First is X importance, and then the second is habitat importance, and the third one is habitat relative importance. What is the X importance in Labuan Bajo? Among the 16 X that we collected information from the participants, we got top 5 X. Oh, sorry. We got top 5 X. And if you could see, all 4 out of the 5, it's very much related to the fisheries. Just one is just air sumur tawar. What is that? Fresh well water. And how about the habitat importance? So all the X we group together based on their habitat. And then we find that we have 6 habitats. And then among these 6 habitats, we have inshore habitat. It's most important. The first one, but how about the seagrass? Seagrass is coming the winner, number 3. So it mean that based on the community perspective, seagrass is important. How about the habitat relative importance? So we put the habitat importance to the actual number of the area. So it's very important to know the actual number of the area. So we just put the number based on our calculation on the, I don't know, on the map or on the, yeah, someone is working on that. So among these, we only see top 3 of the 6 important habitat. And again, seagrass is a number 3 of the important. And then the second output is related to the, first to the climate, and then human drivers. So I think I'm not go into deep in this slide. So what we would like actually to see for this is what are the likely changes to driver in several years in the future. Let's say up to 100 or 70 years from now. So if we put a projection on the inundation area, if the sea level rise reach up to 1 meters, then we could see that we will have a severe inundation area in the southern part here, on the southern part of Labuan Bajo. And then if we put this inundation area to the Labuan Bajo district area for the whole, and it's around 20%. It's very much. How about the pressure in Labuan Bajo? Oh, sorry, I forget to change. Yeah, we could. Oh, sorry. We could see. We could see there is a change in the temperature is still rising by the time, and then the rainfall is decreasing by the time. And what is the X important and the impact? We use a scenario for the business as usual scenario, climate projection, where we put the impact of the population growth in the medium level. And then which X is got a severe impact, and we can see that high impact happen in the fresh well water and also in the fishing, small fish. And another is crabs. Again, it's related with the fisheries. And the less impact is happen in seaweed. And if we see the color of the impact, almost all the impacts is in the blue color. What does it mean? We could see the blue color is come from the utilization of the natural resources. And then how about the impact to the habitat importance? The impact, the severe impact go to the estuarine and then the coastal area. Yeah, Seagrass area got impact, but it's lesser than the estuarine and also the coastal. And the third output of outwims is overall well-being. So if we could see here that by the year of 2030, around 35% of the livelihood will be lost. And this number is higher if we compare with the loss that will happen in a project and in Lembe Island. And the impact by time will increase, and in 2090 it will increase until almost 100%. But still, in my mind, we should remember that the longer the time, then the high the uncertainty. Okay, another issue that we found in the field, but just take a look, the fishing ground management. This issue is very much click with our result. Our results show that important X is fisheries. Our results show that important habitat is a coastal, is the estuary, that all also related to the fisheries. And what next to do? So we could see all the challenge and recommendation from the scientists. But I think to close my presentation, I just want to say one statement that among all these challenges, issue, and recommendation, all the result should need to deliver back to the community because we got the information from the community. By what? Perhaps we could continue with the decision-making process workshop. So all the result we goes to the stakeholders in the governance system, and then they could sit together, discuss together, and they could have action helpfully just to protect their livelihood, and yeah, just to save this livelihood for the future generation. So that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
One, two. Thank you for the livelihood teams. I think I would like to invite Pak Tim here because we are partnering for the discussion. But this is very cool. It's like, okay, it's off. So we need. So is there any question? One, two, three, four. Okay.
Firstly, to all of you, really great presentations. I really enjoyed all of them. I had a question in terms of your analysis to look at whether there was any differences between gender in terms of what their views were and whether you could share some of those stories both within each of your own case studies, but are there any similarities that come out that are gender related across both studies? And I guess a supplementary question, if I could, is did you look at the age differences between gender? So do younger people have different aspirations from some of the older generation? Thank you very much.
Okay, Pak Tony.
Thank you. Selamat pagi semuanya. Presentasi yang sangat baik. I am very interested to hear maybe some comments or response from. When I'm listening to your presentation, it strikes me that out of the three locations, sites, Saleh, Lembe, and then Terry tadi di Labuan Bajo ya. So the first two, Saleh, Teluk Saleh, and Lembe, you still have this dry land, like daratan, as one of the important habitat, and this doesn't show in the Labuan Bajo. And when I look into the situation there, the communities, because you're working really with the local communities, right, at the desa, the people there, they have this dual occupancy, sort of like sometimes you become fishermen, and then, depends on the weather, the seasons, they become farmers. And in some areas, they do have properties, kebun, lahan untuk tanaman. Now, the question is that when you come into analysis of the impact, does it mean, or maybe you have to do some more analysis, when you have like a bad weather, bad seasons, you can just switch, it's not going to, I'm not going to fish, I'll be a farmer, or the other way around. Does it also impact on the way that you're thinking about the conservations? If you are thinking about, well, maybe it's better for me to be a farmer in 1 year, then I'm not going to care much about what happened with the seagrass or with the corals. So that kind of perceptions, I think, have been showed in several areas out of the 3 sites that have been studied. Interestingly, in Labuan Bajo, Terry was saying that, okay, well, more on the coastal and the fisheries activities. Freshwater, of course, is very scarce here. But if you drive 2 hours from here to Nangalili, for instance, you can see paddy field, rice paddy fields, and then you have people have this multiple as a farmers and fishermen at the same time. So we had a project in Nangalili, again 2 hours from here. So it is very interesting because down there, in the south, they have these whale sharks, and they protect that because it's an income for tourism, right? For a livelihood. But that's all. Most of the time they become farmers. So I think this is also something interesting to see about. If you look at the community level, di tataran desa ya, mereka ini cukup oportunistik kalau saya bilang. Dan ini yang perlu kita angkat karena ada faktor satu lagi yaitu budaya, culture. I think the cultural aspect are very strong rooted in this community level. You don't have to conserve the area because they've been living in that area for generations. But when we talk to the local community, they will say, oh yeah, there's people from outside our desa who come here and then, do these bad things. So that's something that I think we can strengthen the knowledge and also the cohesiveness of what happened in the desa. Satu lagi nih, itu yang tadi pressure, menarik sekali. About the pressure. In all of these areas, you have volcanic activities very strongly. Possibility to have tsunamis. You have, in Teluk Saleh, Mbak Eka, itu ada Gunung Tambora, itu gede banget itu di sana. So I think that is also, besides, the ocean acidification, sea level rise, and everything that will impact the climate change. One aspect is, I think, the volcanic activities, and we saw that in Indonesia. It's apa katanya? Bukan tempat kayak toko gitu, mau masalah tsunami lah, mau masalah bencana dari laut, itu tempatnya. Because then it'll come to the adaptation aspect, right? How well these communities, the desa, pulau, can adapt, and then thus to improve the resilience of how they adapt to the climate change. I think that's other issue that could also be discussed. But overall, bagus sekali ibu-ibu nih, hebat nih ibu-ibu nih. Yeah. Terima kasih, Andreas.
Ya, terima kasih Pak. Maybe just answer from any of you, those four.
Terima kasih Pak. To Andy's question about gender, and I think Ibu Eka might have something to say about this because I think in your case study you did separate them out. Gender and age differences you will find, and in our Fiji example we actually looked into that with a bit more detail. And not only were there differences between gender and age, but that process of eliciting information was, it had an influence on that because there is, there are structures, social structures that may prevent some groups, for example, women may not feel like they can express their opinion as easy. So that is a good thing to consider. It's another aspect where you can slice and dice how you do this. And Ibu Eka, do you want to make some comments on differences that you saw with gender?
Thank you. Pak Andi, about the gender related issue and also the age differences. Actually, when we have the FGD with the local people, mostly the age is around, we have the younger female, but also we have the mature as well, and they are all happy mingling with each other, and they're have a cohesive relationship, which is really good because sometimes we can see that different age group, even within the female, they still have different views. So we were asking them about the how they think about mangrove, for example, and they see it because they're mostly doing household work. So their answer is oh, mangrove, we use it for the firewood kind of. So so for cooking, so it's very useful for us for cooking the for mangrove, for example. And then we asked them about the seagrass. What do they think about the seagrass? And they said that it's decreasing because of the waste, for example. And then we also asked them about the coral reefs. What they is damage to the fishing booming practices. So it's more because of their role in the domestic affairs in the household. So they perceive of the ecosystem goods and services as to what they used to be, like fireworks kind of, yeah. So that's the explanation for the gender. But the age differences, not so much. Actually, we were thinking if we have more times, it would be really good to touch on the children's, so that early on, they were trained, they were like having a broad perspective on the, like we mentioned that we need to strengthening their discourse on the ecosystems. So talking about the age, actually, we were thinking at that time to touch on the children as well, but we just don't have time because we went to the village, we talked to the head of the sub-village. They told us that, oh, you come in the evening because people are going to the field works, going for works, like to the market, to the farm, so you have to come in the evening. So we don't have chance with the children. But it's good to go back and see and asking the children to draw as well so that we know their perspective, what women in their eyes, yeah, so that we can understand the perceptions about the ecosystems, goods and services, and then we sort of like support them with the developments, yeah. And for Pak Tony, thank you. Yes, that's right. The 10% of the ecosystem goods and services, it's actually contributing to the 90% of their livelihood. You are right that the project is the sub-village. The name of the village is the Moyo Hilir, yeah, the district, the sub-district kecamatan, yeah, Batu Bangka, actually, that's the name of the village. They have the coastal side and also the hills area. Actually, that people in project, they were so rich in the past because of the seaweed productions. They can build their good houses actually from the seaweeds. They are moving to corn farming kind of, so they are starting to plant the corn in the high hills, high mountainous area nearby their village. So that's why during the rainy seasons, because of the, what is it called, the erosion. So most of the soil is coming to the water, so the seawater is like unclear again, so they are lost the seaweed production, so they stop planting seaweed in that village, yeah. Combined with the fish booming, as I mentioned earlier, it's actually part of the, like the drawback of the experience of the local community, but they realize it's not good, it's not giving them the economic benefits, social and environmental benefits, and so that's why they have, they realize that, and they also set up the local regulation to stop the fish booming, but for the corn plantation, it's still ongoing process. Hopefully they can, like considering not planting the corn on the high or high area, yeah, mountainous area. Yeah, so if they cannot go for fishing during the bad weather kind of, so they still have another sort of, another form of income for their livelihood so that they can be resilient. Yeah, so they have other jobs outside of the fishing. Thank you. During the FGD, we didn't touch on that. We just really trying to asking about their perceptions and what have happened in the past. For example, the elder people, they know about the sea level rise. They can tell from, like if they look at education where we have the FGD, they can tell if the level is very high, it means that next year we are not going to have these things. So they know from, like they have like, what is it called, untold knowledge, what is it like? Yeah.
Local wisdom.
Yeah, kind of. So because of their experience, they know from their own experience, they can tell that, okay, we are gonna going to have a good fortune next year, for example, or we have to be careful next year. We are not going to do this kind of, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Another speaker?
Okay, thank you to Pak Tony about the natural disaster. Actually, when we went to Lembe Island, there is abrasion is going on. So people said that it's their problem. And then when we trace back and ask the people why this village is called Pasir Panjang, or long sand, because there was a time there is a long sand along the beach, and then people can walk on the sand to the other village. And now I think it's disappearing. So natural disaster is going on, and I think it could be taken in account about the livelihoods pressure. Yes, and then another thing that, yes, it's about the range of the participant. Because we have a time just to look on deep into this community, but I think next time we can just broaden the coverage areas, so cover more community from the variety of the jobs, and so we can get a whole view of the whole entire area. So thank you.
Okay.
Could I just add a couple of things, or one thing to that? There was a slide in my talk that I took out because I knew I was going to go over time, but it's about the difference between managing for what we might call steady state or gradual changes, such as climate change and population growth, versus what we call shocks. And they are slightly different things when you're talking about how to manage those impacts. And for the steady population growth within ADWIM, we can project what's going to happen in the future and prepare for that. But for shocks, to give your community resilience to shocks, because some of them are unpredictable, things like volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. You kind of can visualise them, but who would have visualised 3 or 4 years ago that we're going to have a pandemic like this? So it's a bit hard to prepare for them in any sort of, in a way where you're projecting what's going to happen. You more have to think about resilience and capitals. What are the capitals that we can build up within our community? Financial capital, social capital being very important in coastal communities in terms of how people interact with each other, how they make decisions, how they support each other. So that's more about resilience. Shocks is more about resilience.
Okay, thank you, Tim. For the second part of this Q&A, we can continue after very short break. I think we need to break for about 10 minutes. So bring your things, your food, your coffee here. If you want to go to the toilet because it's already a bit winter here, so then please do so. So see you in the 10 minutes. One, nah, itu dia. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, kita mulai lagi. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, kita mulai lagi. Ayo. Apa-apa, nanti nggak bertanya dia. Ayo, tadi masuk. Udah, ayo cepatin. Nanti dibatasi. Are coming for the second part of Q&A. The next, Bu Emi ya? Oke.
Thank you, Pak Andre. That was nice presentation, and I'm very interesting. So I have curious about which species dominant that you found in seagrass ecosystem in the study area. And the second is how much the acidification impact in that seagrass ecosystem, because as I'm not mistaken, the acidification have big impact to the marine organism we have self like calm or sea start and etc. So how much the impact? Have you found it? And the third, if I'm not mistaken, the sea level rise have big impact on seagrass ecosystem as you found. Is it related to the seagrass loss or the species loss, especially in fisheries? Thank you.
Okay. The second. Okay, not here. Is there any question? Further question? Beside Dr. Andy? Okay.
I had a question to all three presenters, which was your honest evaluation of the AdWin tool. Is it something that you found useful in your, well, both in terms of applying it, but in terms of your jobs and the information coming out of it? How is it relevant to you? I think you started to touch upon, you know, how you might expand it, so it's worth taking forward. Thank you.
Okay. Can you direct the, give the answer, Pak Tim and other speakers?
Who's taking it?
Well, does somebody want to comment about the species that you find in
ladies
seagrass? And I can talk a little bit about the acidification if you like.
Okay, about the which the dominant species in the seagrass. If we could see in the presentation that it will be the important, it's the rabbit films, consider the volume and then the value and the importance of the eggs, goods. So I could say that rabbit Swiss is a dominant species. But sure, we have to, I think, from the ecological perspective, we should need to look into the site. So doing the ecological things. the impact to the seagrass habitat, yeah, I think it will be have a good no, it will be a negative impact. Sea level rise will give a negative impact to the seagrass ecosystem, as we could see the projection in our result. So I think, yeah. Okay. About first, I think, yeah, about the seagrass coverage, because if we have a high impact from the high utilization of natural resources, it's mean the coverage, and when they taking the natural resources from the seagrass, and then also perhaps because of the human population growth, and then they need more space, and then yeah, perhaps by time the seagrass coverage will decline, and then the fish will not have any more house for them, and then it's following by the declining of the other species. But Bu Eka will. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. This hubungan related with sea level rise. Fortunately, maybe in last month, and as presented in Jakarta during IOC meeting, and as presented about sea level rise, I have data. This the people measure the sea level rise by using satellite Poseidon 1, 2, 3, and the people using tide table. Then the scenario of seagrass and seagrassness is pessimist. When sea level rise, and then kecerahan, water is turbid, and then seagrass decrease. But in my opinion, I have pessimist. Optimist scenarios, because seagrass is water plants, and we know that on the coral islands they are reef flats, and when the sea level rise and there's water and there's new habitat for seagrass. It is according to my opinion, and inshallah we still try to find fund Pertamina. And I will continue for my translation study in Pulau Pari. They said, oh no, seagrass. Now we plant it with local people, and then we hope we can monitor. Yeah, I hope this my scenario is good, and then yeah, an optimist. And then also we have some experience when we did the translation in Pari Island. 3 sites, one in bare area, one in 9 shoot per meter square, and one 25 shoot in square meter. And we collected animals. We collected evidence that when there are seagrass, there's to attract to animals come to this area. And yes, thank you very much. Sorry, Bu Tesi. Ya, terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Matt. Thank you, Mbak Emi and Pak Andy ya, about the what species dominant in the study area ya. The question is about the dominant species. So, well, as you can see that we are working with the people, local people. We want to know their perception. We are like gathering all their stories. So based on these ecosystems, goods and services, so they share the stories with us that the top five eggs were the ikan terumbu karang atau fishery reef, and then ikan dangkal atau honeybee, maize, and chickens. These are the 5. So in terms of your question about the species dominant in the study area, we are not actually looking into detail of that, because we are actually talking to the people We are talking to the people. We want to know their stories, what happened, and then how they feel about it, how they use the ecosystem goods and services available to them, and how they would think about the future with these natural resources that they have. That will be the answer for that. And then for the how much acidification impact the marine ecosystems, Pak Tim maybe can help later on, and also with the sea level rise impact on the ecosystems. And for Pak Andy, about the how ADWIM tool is useful for our work, it's actually very useful because we just learned this last year during COVID. We were trained by Pak Tim and Pak James through Zoom meetings, and then we implemented in the field in November. So far we got the results, and we have an idea, sort of like having a scenario business as usual in the next 30, 50, and the 90s years ahead. This will happen. So with the fair scenario, with the ambitious scenario, what will happen? That will be really interesting for us, because we are trying to sort of like having a balanced life, protecting the marine ecosystem environment, and also ensuring that the well-being of the society, the local people, it's also in place. So this is the hard job in terms of the local government policy developments that we need more data, informations, and so that we can strategies, policy in place, actions, and then we can also have the performance indicators to know how well we are doing with our planning. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I could probably give you a little bit of background about the impact of acidification and sea level rise. So what we do in ADWIM is we aggregate the best scientific knowledge that's available at the time in terms of the impact of acidification on fish and on crustaceans. That's still a developing science, and particularly the impacts of acidification, I think, are reasonably uncertain, but it is, you know, the science is happening, that it's going to be quite detrimental, particularly for larval fish and crustaceans, and also for exoskeleton. So we synthesise that, so we've aggregated the literature and summarised it, and I can make that available to you if you want, and we just use that estimate of what the impact is going to be. And when we look at ecosystem goods and services, we look at the impact on the species and the impact on the supporting habitats. And from memory, the impact of acidification on seagrass was not coming out as a problem. So acidification was not so much a problem on seagrass, but certainly is on the species, particularly for crustaceans and other invertebrates. But I can make that information available to you. I think there is going to be a lot, you know, a developing science in terms of the effect of acidification on the marine environment. And I don't think the news is going to be very good, actually, in terms of the negative impacts. Terima kasih.
Yeah. Okay. Just wondering about the result from the ADWIM, as you showing us the scenarios. Can we translate this diagram into the map? Spatial things, something like that. Because I mean, in reality, yeah, the easy way to understand is to make it on the map, like this, and then, yeah, to show this is the scenario for 2020, 30, 50, and so on.
Yeah. I think we need to do a lot of work, and we'll be talking, I think, next week as well. Part of that will be about communication products, and four of us were talking about this morning. What are the sort of communication products that are going to be useful to decision makers? Who are those decision makers, and what is that information going to look like? So I think PAC will be working on that. Obviously, there's, you know, what you saw today is very rich in terms of the amount of information, and it's a bit of a flood of information for people. As I said, during the participation, where you're co-producing this knowledge with the local stakeholders, they're coming along for the ride. So they're not today, but certainly how we're going to socialise or make this information available in the longer term for decision makers, I think is something we have to think about. But another aspect of this, and one of the other slides I took out, was how you think about this process in terms of an adaptive management cycle. So it's not a one-size-fits-all, and Ibu, you're talking about the developing science. You know, there is a lot of uncertainty in what we're doing. So thinking about it in terms of adaptive management, you would do this process, you would implement some management strategies, but you need to keep rechecking because things change over time and you get shocks. Another approach to development called adaptation pathways. So it's not recognising that you can come up with the answer now. It's more like a pathway where you're trying to track you know, your community to reach your vision, recognising that, you know, you could go off the path. There could be other impacts that are going to impact on your community. So you have to probably keep doing these things, you know, every 5 years or something like that to check how you're going cycle. And the other part of that is what are you going to monitor as you go along as your indicators for whether you're successful or not. There are social indicators, but there's also the type of monitoring that's going on in terms of carbon budgets and things like that, which are going to be important for giving you feedback on how your system is tracking. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak. Another question? Pak. You are, wait, no.
I have a question.
Maybe Park first.
Thank you. Yeah, actually my question is a kind of a comment. Actually, it is very impressive presentations from many presenters, especially about ADWIM and EGS and something. And I want to talk about celebrating an Indonesian area. Actually, when I see the presentation, and especially Labuan Bajo, and the map is showing some area will be inundated by celebrating. But do you have that kind of a phenomenon in the coastal area? Everything will be changed. Yeah, it's the impact is too much. Too huge impact will be there. So when we're talking about the EGS and also the impact of that and inundated area will be like that. That is sometimes we need to really more careful. So the reason is you can understand that. So actually, my question is like this comment. Yeah. Thank you.
And then Matt, the last one.
Yeah. So first of all, just to say thank you to the three Ibu. I really enjoyed those presentations. It's the first time I've seen some of that data. It was really nice. And what I was seeing as you were presenting was the differences in the local context of the different places and how that was being reflected in the top eggs in terms of their well-being, so that, you know, bananas and coconuts and the resources that were consistent in all three were the ikan resources, the offshore fish, the inshore fish, and then in Labuan Bajo, the baronang. So that started me to think about how they are using those fish. So my question is, is that all for food for the local village, or is that a source of revenue that they sell in markets in the broader region? Like in Labuan Bajo, does it come to the fish market in Labuan Bajo and then the money goes back to the village, or are they eating those fish?
Maybe also the comment or question from the Park.
Okay, that's a very interesting question, but I'm not sure if I can answer it or not, because actually I'm not the the person who collecting the data at that time. So I think I should take a note your question, and then I would like to call a friend from the Zoom, but when I see when I see he's already disappearing, so I'm really sorry. Oh yeah. Oh, yes. If they are collecting or fishing the fish from the near shore, they will do it for their food. But if they are fishing offshore, and then this fish will sell to Bitung City. Yeah, from them.
And we do actually collect that data for income and food security, but very often it gets a little bit mixed up. You know, you'll generally it gets a bit smudged across, but there should be a signal in the data about it more.
For Project in Teluk Saleh, they have the fish for consumption, for selling as well, but because they are now open for the village tourisms, they have the restaurants on shore. So so it's one of the attraction for the tourists to eat, like with a good view, ocean, with the water. Yeah. So they are also having the pearl. Mbak Tiri ya. Ada pearl, lobsters as well. So it's like another source of their income as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Can I add some? Okay, thank you. I just give some bright side for East Nusa Tenggara. So mostly the fishermen in Nusa Tenggara, they sell the fish in the good condition and if the fish have a high value, for example, epinepelus, something like that. But if they get low value, and then we said kembung, rastraliger, they eat them for their family. It depends on the fish. It depends on the fish. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's all. I think we give applause to all speakers this morning, and I think it's very good insight about the livelihood. Of course, we need go into detail more about this aspect, and also because I just wondering also about the skill gaps at the local scale that may also important information to the local government, how to conserve the area if there is a gap of the skill. So this is some kind like one of the important thing that we need to consider, because we have to find out the way, not to tell them this is not good, this is good, yeah, something like that. So without further ado, I think we are close this session, and I think some of you will go for frying. So I think we come back here at the 1:30. So we half an hour earlier. So just come here 1:30 so that we can start earlier before Pak Andi left us. So something like that. Thank you very much, and see you at 1:30. And also the lunch already prepared by the hotel. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and you know, we talk about the quality of the information, and that information is from that inundation information is from the most recent radar satellite data where they removed the trees. I don't know how good it is. It does seem like a lot. When I saw that, I went, oh no, that is sweet area.
So it will be changing for everything. We are right, also we are habitat for ecosystem.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about that, and we should just in my opinion, yeah, we of course we use that kind of map to give impressive why we have to do like that to prevent the climate change is rising.
And it could be way worse than that too. I mean, they're talking about 3 meters, you know, if the Greenland ice sheet melts.
Yes.
I mean, oh my God. It's almost so scary.
But I just think that this is about ecosystem service and goods, and so that impact should be taken very carefully. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we talk about this as well, about uncertainty and when do you act? Because people are making decisions now. So do you wait until you have better information, or do you give them what you know now? Because there's a risk if you give them the wrong information, they'll make a mistake. So that is a risk that you have to keep assessing. So it's all very legitimate questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I am Korea Indonesia Marine Technical Center.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes,
maybe
I don't
yesterday.
have my card, but my name is on the list, and we can send you, because we've got to write all this up, and then we can send it to you, and you can have it in the form, and this is just out of the press. So,
Thank you, Pak.
sir. Have you met any of these guys? So they're in Brisbane now.
They're having a good time.
Knox, his name is. Oh my God, he's just having a fun. Social media is his friend.
Cuma pada saat kunjung ke datang, tadi orang memutuskan dalam waktu dekat, apakah November atau Desember. Baik. Ya, untuk kasih dia tadi orang akan kasih official letter untuk dia invite. Jadi cuma karena dia dari Eropa, jadi itu dia nggak bisa datang. Saya bilang ada no speakers yang on site, ada yang virtual. Berarti mana salah satu dari virtual. Direktur sisa masih Labuan baru keluar presentasi itu kan sekarang kok presentasi kita mau ke Jakarta kita mau tanggal 7 ke Jakarta ngabantar tapi flight itu 2:30 ke Jakarta baru besok baru berangkat ya cuma hari ini kita ada extend karena kita minta 1 hari free masa kita nggak ada dia orang kita di pulau kan kita bilang Pak Mas ada yang tak kasih ke DP itu pulau yang di Kemenko kita masih di Jepang iya betul kemudian apa namanya begitu iya kurang-kurang tapi dia kasih 2 hari Pak kita. Jadi karena nggak ada pesawat, justru jadi kita berangkat dari 17 itu sosok dengan ada flight cuma ada tanggal 18. Jadi kita ada 3 orang pulang tanggal 17 tiba di Manado 18. Jadi bilang apa? Bilang Radmi jangan tahu karena gua apa sama Regi bilang apa untuk pergi kita mangkas yang kamu butuh tanpa oh Tuhan. Oke, jadi kita sabantar kita mau kasih tuh apa Andi Stephen nama bla 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 formulir undangan. Bo, oke, iya. Oke, dong rapat bagaimana? Satunya ada kita presentasi. Iya. Oh. Dia dari Eropa tak lupa tanggal apa pokoknya nanti kurang koresponden ini sampai Mampero tiba-tiba juga si saya ini dia iya dia oke ini dia oke tinggal undangan nanti dia akan jawab boleh batu ini kok datangnya Pak Andreas sampai ke puncak biar saya itu direktur karena orang rombongan yang tiba sama-sama plus ada orang Australia jadi ada sama pada saat tiba iya itu jadi island karena DPD langsung langsung mulai itu workshop 3 negara ini dengan Fiji
Kalau udah production bagus, beli lah. Beli aja.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to attempt.
Give me 1 second, go on to the next.
Oh, okay.
That's the best. Oh, why don't you just do that? And those, that's fine. That's, yeah. That's great. Actually, the best of it is you can leave no one notices you call. Like about 2 or 3 years later. It's actually
Oh, this one. Yeah. Okay, so this one and this one are no. Just everyone? We're gonna start now? Come on. No, I'm ready. Hello. Where should I? Here? Here. Up? Okay. I feel so special. Here. I'll just hold it. Yeah. Look at me. I'm born for this. I should have a microphone all the time. Preparing for.
On the uni bus, like when we went on field trips.
Yeah.
At uni. I was always in the passenger seat with the microphone talking to the driver. Ready? Okay. Selamat siang, everybody. So I'm Christina Arsenopoulos. I am a scientist with CSIRO. My speciality is soil carbon. And firstly, I'd like to thank Andreas and Matt for having me here. It's been really great meeting everybody, and your presentations have been really interesting and great discussions happening. So we'll leave the questions to the end, so we'll go through happening in the previous sessions. And up first, we have Matt talking about seagrass, international climate policy, and the review of soil seagrass carbon stocks.
Terima kasih, Christina. And hello, I'm Matt. I think we've met before. So this afternoon is the final stage of our journey through Carbon Biru. So yesterday we had the opening, setting the scene, and then we were talking about the mapping, and then this morning talking about some of the livelihood aspects. So this afternoon we want to take it back to the carbon part of Carbon Biru, the blue carbon. I'm just waiting for the slides to pop up, and then I can present. There we go. All right, there we go. So here we are in Labuan Bajo, and here is our seagrass meadows, and we've been talking a lot about our seagrass meadows and what it all means. And we've been talking about it under the framing of seagrass as a potential solution for a few of the problems that we're facing, including livelihoods. Importantly this morning, I'm just going to, just for a little while, take us back to the climate mitigation aspects of seagrass and blue carbon, and just think a little bit about it further today. Now, we heard yesterday quite a lot about these things called NDC, the Nationally Determined Contribution, and what it means in the context of blue carbon. How can we use NDC as a vehicle to promote the sort of efforts that we need in blue carbon in the Indonesian context and in another different context. This is just an example to illustrate what's happening in Australia. This is a section out of the Australian NDC that was updated this year, and that's the reference that we have to blue carbon. All it says in our NDC is that we are going to apply this thing called the IPCC guidance, and specifically the IPCC 2013 wetland supplement, and that's it. So we're not talking about anything deeper than that. We're not giving numbers about how much carbon can be attributed to the mangroves or to the seagrasses or whatever. And it looks a little bit sparse, but there's a reason why that happens. It's because if we then go from our NDC back up to our IPCC guidelines, so this is we introduced those earlier yesterday morning. That's the framing by which we're trying to do the accounting, the numbers. So the NDC is just a narrative. It's just the story that each country is saying about what it's trying to do, and that that's their way of communicating what they're trying to do to each other, right? But then we have to do the accounting to actually make sense of what that means in terms of the real numbers of emission reduction. And this is the greenhouse, the IPCC guidelines, and then we have this thing called the wetland supplement, and in the wetland supplement, it's got all these equations. So ignore the equation. All that means is that it gives you very, very specific, very detailed instructions on how you do the calculations about the emissions or the reductions in carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. Okay, you're with me so far? So we take that, we apply that to the Australian greenhouse gas inventory, and we follow those calculations and put in Australian data. And remember, there's tier 1, which is just the averages that the IPC gives you, or right down to tier 3, which is, you can develop very specific models for your own country, state, region. And in our, the way we apply the greenhouse gas inventory, we do it for mangroves and tidal marshes. We've got 3 components that we're reporting against. So there's the forest management, the excavation, and the drainage. And so those ones are the potential sources of emissions. And then there's this thing called rewetting, revegetation. So that's where we're trying to put the mangroves back and the tidal marshes back. And that's those potential sources of removals of carbon dioxide. Right? So we've got the potential sources of emissions and then the potential sources of removals. Okay, you're following me so far? So then, that's just the accounting. That one doesn't tell us anything about the incentives to change, but those incentives are built in there through the government policy, because we have, as part of our ambition, this 42% reduction. And to get there, we're trying to reduce all of those sources, whether it's the energy sector, the fuel sector, the transport sector, or the land sector. And in the land sector, there's a few ways that Australia is doing that. We have something called the Emissions Reduction Fund. That's the national incentive scheme that's set up. And we, as of this year, we have one blue carbon method that can be applied nationally. And that one is, if I go back here, that's this re-wetting, revegetation. Okay, so we have one method that applies to the re-wetting, revegetation. And that method is that all these places where the tides have been excluded by a wall or a gate and some kind of farming happens behind that, we knock down the wall, open the gate, let the tide back in, let the mangroves back, okay? So that's that progression from the NDC all the way through to how a project happens on the ground that feeds back to the NDC, all right? So what does that mean in terms of seagrass? All those examples are for mangroves or tidal marshes. But for seagrass, it's a lot less obvious. So seagrass is included in the wetland supplement, but it only just made it in. There was a fight to get seagrass into the IPCC wetland supplement, and what got in the end is a little bit skinny. There's not very much. What is in is a source of seagrass loss, and that is excavation through dredging or for excavation for coastal excavation for something like an aquaculture or an airport or something like that. So that's included. What's not included is seagrass loss for other reasons. So in the IPCC guidelines, there's no provision to account for seagrass loss because of water quality, for example. Now, I think that should be in there, but it's not in there at the moment. That's something for us to, I guess, collectively strive to in the next revision that the IPCC does, that we want to get something like that in there. And there's no provision for natural loss of seagrass. But there is provision for restoration of seagrass. Okay, so we have one category of emission sources and one category of emission reduction that apply to seagrass in the wetland supplement. You still with me so far? Right, so then that brings us back to where we are as technical experts and scientists. What if we're trying to implement this for Australia or for Indonesia? What's the sort of information that we need to do that? Okay, and to do that for seagrass, we just need to know a little bit about the seagrass system. So if we were to simplify the seagrass system, okay, number one, seagrasses are photosynthetic flowering plants. So being photosynthetic, they use carbon dioxide, but they're underwater. So there's not a lot of carbon dioxide dissolved in the water, so they have to use bicarbonate as well, right? Then they photosynthesize, and then the rest is kind of obvious. They release oxygen as part of that, and then so they're releasing the oxygen, and then the carbon's going into the sediment. That's the kind of the classic model. And because they're using the carbon dioxide in the water, that means there's a net introduction of the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere into the water, okay? But it's not that simple. Of course, nothing ever is. We have seagrasses don't only photosynthesize like other plants. It's not always light. Sometimes it's nighttime. When it's nighttime, they respire. So then we have carbon dioxide going back out. And then we've also got perhaps methane coming out of the sediment. Or if there's been some nutrient pollution, we've got some nitrous oxide coming out of the sediment. Both of those are greenhouse gases. Now, we don't know very much about what happens when this comes out of the sediment. What happens here? Is it all going back out into the atmosphere, or is it just getting recycled back into the plant? So there's some biology, there's some biochemistry that needs to be done. There's a few different things. So the information that we need, we can work that out from those steps. What sort of information do we need? Well, again, we need the maps. Now, we talked about this yesterday afternoon, right? We need those maps, and we need good, accurate maps. But remember, we're implementing these wetland guidance. It's not just a map that we need. It's a map of change that we need, and even more specifically than that, it's a map of change that we can attribute to a specific cause. So that, for example, in the dredging example, we need to say, in Indonesia there were X hectares of seagrass loss in this last reporting period, of which a certain number we can attribute to dredging as a source. And then over here, we managed to do some restoration and we gained a certain number of hectares. So that's the sort of information we need. The maps and the activity data. Then we need this kind of data, right? This is the sort of information that the IPCC Wetland Supplement has in it. So we need the soil carbon, the above ground biomass, the below ground biomass, and then the 3 greenhouse gases that are natural greenhouse gases. Now, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 methods. As I say, seagrass, we don't have very much information. So we do have some default tier 1 information for soil carbon, but there aren't any for biomass. In fact, the method for biomass for seagrass in the supplement is adapted from terrestrial grass. So you can see there's some information gaps that need to be addressed at a country level for this. All right? Then there's a bunch of flux measurements. All right? Now the IPCC guidance for seagrass kind of went, gee, that's hard. We're going to just call it 0 because we don't really know. Okay, but we need to get better information than that. So we need all of the people who want to study flux, we need you to study, these measurements because we don't have good data. We really don't. Then the stocks. Okay, so that's the bit that we can do. It's simpler and we're able to do it. So that's what we're talking about today in this afternoon session, is how to measure how to measure the stocks and what stock data we have. So let's go back to our seagrass system. All right, how are we going to do that? Well, a lot of that carbon's in the soil. So we've got to get the estimates. So we're doing that through soil cores and measuring the organic carbon. And then we also need those measurements of the biomass carbon. So the usual way of doing that is through our quadrats and sort of the biomass cores that we've been using. Okay, so soil carbon, biomass carbon. Now, normally we combine below ground biomass with soil biomass, which is okay. We're allowed to do that because it's difficult to separate them when you're doing this work. Then the last point I want to make is, like we've been talking about, we have to think about where that data goes. It's not very useful if we all go out and collect the data and then we go back to our office and we put it in our laptop and no one uses it, because then Indonesia can't use it to work out the data that's needed for reporting. Australia can't use it. If I do that in Australia, Australia can't use it. You know, we need to have those ways of providing the data. So this is the slide that Dr. Andy showed earlier yesterday. So that we really want those those systems set up so that we can share that data, all right? And in particular, sort of things we're thinking about are, you know, that kind of data infrastructure to sharing. So, you know, as a biologist, we data infrastructure, but it's important, and we need to do that so that when we go and collect the data, we can put it in a place where it's accessible and we can share it and we can make the most out of it. And like Andreas was saying yesterday, it's not just about writing the papers. It's okay to write papers, but the papers are not enough. That's not going to help us achieve where we want to get to in the end. So that's enough from me. That's an introduction just to, you know, what we're going to talk about in this session. So,
Thanks, Matt. That was really good overview of the reason that we're talking about soil carbon in this session. Next, we have Yasmiana, who is going to be talking about the Seagrass Carbon Stocks Review.
Thank you, Christina. Hello again, everyone. I'm Yasmiana. And yeah, I think Matt already explained from the very top, from the policy, IPCC, NDC, and everything in a very understandable way. So, I mean, I learned as well. I'm listening to that and I enjoy it. So, and yeah, so now I'm just continue with what's going on in Indonesia, like some sort of where are we now in terms of seagrass blue carbon research in Indonesia. So yeah, I'm currently doing my PhD in the University of Western Australia, focusing on seagrass blue carbon. A little bit of story. I was planning to focus more on Indonesian context initially, but then COVID hit, and then we need to find alternatives. So part of my study, I need to do it in Western Australia. I was very lucky to got that opportunity. I can go to Shark Bay, to the north part of Western Australia, and learn a little bit about seagrass restoration and the changes of carbon stock there. So I will also explain about it later. Yeah, I'm also work for BRAIN, just like some of you here. So I hope I'll be back and after I finish my study. So to begin with, this is the data that we gathered together between LIPI, KKP, and CoreMap. It was published in 2018. The leader was Mas Aan. He was supposed to be here, but yeah. But if you see in detail, what I show here, so it's the carbon stock potential in some of the location that visited by LIPI and KKP at that time. We have a lot of data from several locations in Indonesia, but yeah, all the data here are only the biomass carbon stock. So we haven't gathered the soil carbon stock data for Indonesia because there are some limitation about the analysis of the samples. So if we come back a little bit, this is the global average for carbon pools that from different ecosystem, seagrass, salt marsh, estuarine mangrove, and tropical forest. And for seagrass, as we can see here, that the most of organic carbon are stored in the soil. So it's about 97%, some studies say. And yeah, biomass carbon stock is about roughly 3% of the total carbon stored in the seagrass ecosystem. And yeah, as the project began in 2019, we are trying to do like review what happening in Indonesia, what are the data that already there in Indonesia. So I would give credit for Dr. Anna Lafrata, who did this review. So we did the online searching from Google Scholars, Scopus, and Web of Science using some combination of keywords like seagrass, organic carbon, soil, sediment, and stock. So we focus more on soil in this review because, yeah, as the explanation that I explained before, and the first screening we got total of 31 potential papers. And then we continue to see the data, and we exclude the papers that are not suitable, and we got 8 papers left. So we extracted some data like the location and then method that are used, and also the soil characteristic data that is mentioned from the publications. So here are the findings. We found that the studies were concentrated in only few regions, mostly in Sulawesi and Java Sea, and then the cores that were used was mostly using PVC, and yeah, the total number of cores was about 70, from the whole study area. And the compression of sediment was calculated only in 3 studies. So if we see in the guidelines, we have to calculate the compression of the cores if we want to get the robust data for the soil carbon stock. And sediment characteristic only reported in 2 studies. The method that commonly used are LOI, or loss on ignition. Some using elemental analyzer, but we found that not all of them remove the inorganic carbon in the sample. So we exclude that as well. And we found one study did not specify the methodology used. So the depth that we got from the studies were between 10 and 55 centimeters, with the cores not being longer than 30 centimeters, so it's very shallow cores. And yeah, we also found the unrealistic result, kind of, and it was because the calculation that much higher than global average. So yeah, so kind of conclude that there is not clear methodology for the papers that we found. So in terms of methodology, we have this coastal blue carbon method in 2014, and then colleagues from KKP also published this in Bahasa Indonesia, mostly from the coastal blue carbon method. And these Mbak Susi and colleagues also produced these guidelines for the ASEAN region. And yeah, these are the publication. We did this with KKP colleagues from Spermonde, and yeah, we calculated soil carbon stock from seagrass ecosystem in Spermonde in different locations. And we also use isotope analysis to see the source of carbon in the sediment. And yes, I think yesterday Astrid also mentioned the use of isotope analysis to make sure that we don't do the double counting if we want to go forward to carbon offset and trading. And this is another work that still ongoing. We calculated and compare the carbon stock in marine protected area and disturbed area and also pristine area. So we took samples from Nusa Penida as an MPA and Lembe as disturbed area and also Tahuna as a pristine area. And as we can see here, the carbon stock in soil is the highest compared to disturbed area and pristine area. We also do the isotope analysis to see the source of the carbon. As we can see in the MPA and pristine area, the most carbon are coming from seagrass. Sorry, it's too small, you might not see it. But in disturbed area, the most of carbon are coming from the particulate organic matter. And this is just to give you the numbers of what is the carbon stock in Indonesia. So the first one here from Stankovic et al. 2021, she did the modeling for, I think, Southeast Asia. And this is the number for Indonesia. So the mean is about 97.6, included biomass. And this is from the Spermonde, it's around 59. Riau Island, 97. And this is the result from this study. Well, it's highly, it's highly different in each location. So it's, we still need a lot of research on this because Indonesia is very large area and there are different types of environmental setting in seagrass ecosystem. So this is what we have for now. This is just the method that we got. The method that we use to get the data from Nusa Penida, Lembe, and Tahuna. We also follow the guidelines, and then we use this core. And for the analysis of the sample, for this project, we have collaboration with Germany, so we got opportunity to analyze the sample there. And so before I continue, I also want to highlight that in Indonesia, we are having challenge also to analyze the samples. Like previously, we have collaboration with other countries, and but for now, I think I checked in BRIN, there should be CNS analyzer available, but I will check after this workshop because I'm planning to do the analysis here if possible. And I think building infrastructure for blue carbon studies is very important for Indonesia. And usually in LIPI, we use LOI method, or that's what we can, LOI can also be done, and it's relatively cheap compared to elemental analyzer. But I think we need to, going forward, think about the infrastructure to build like a laboratory that we can really use to get more data on this seagrass blue carbon. And as Matt already mentioned about restoration, I just want to share a little bit about the study that I did in Australia. So I got opportunity to visit Shark Bay. There is seagrass restoration in few stations here. I visited 4 stations, and it was the oldest restoration was 5 years old for seagrass. So it's relatively very young. So I got data. I got samples from the 6 months restoration, 2 years, 2.5 years, and 5 years restoration. We are trying to see. We are trying to get the signals. How is the changes of carbon stock in the sediment of the restoration sites? So this is the result. As we can see, this one is the restoration, and this is the bare sand. So we didn't see a lot of changes from the restoration compared to bare sand area. This is the 5 years one. Even the restoration is still lower than bare sand. We also checked the down core profile, and yeah, we didn't get the pattern that we are expecting. So from that study, we can see that increase in sediment organic carbon up to 5 years following restoration of Posidonia australis is very little in Shark Bay, and the influences of organic carbon in sediment is very complex. Like there is probably the chute density in the location are still not enough to trap the sediment and to accumulate the sediments. And it also highlights that it takes time to carbon to accumulate even after 5 years. So what's next? Yeah, like Matt already mentioned, there are some of colleagues here who are still thinking of their further studies. I think we also hear that there are still a lot of things we need to do for seagrass blue carbon. In carbon stock, we only have very limited data and sequestration, and we talked yesterday a lot about mapping and inventory, and then emission, like what Matt explained, flux and everything. We haven't got data on that. And if we want to go to carbon accounting, that we really need to do more research. Modeling can also be done, and yeah, as I mentioned, laboratory infrastructure is very important, and improve methodology for soil carbon to create the good data. And as Wawan also mentioned, don't make mistake with the calculation and everything. Yeah, it still happens, but because sometimes it's hard to follow. So yeah, I think that's all my presentation. And before I finish, I would like to spend this opportunity to thank the lab team we have for the research. For collecting sample, we are helping with sample processing here in Labuan Bajo, and yeah, this was the last day, I think, right, Christina? We were working so hard. Oh, they are working so hard. So I would like to thank Zaki, Aulia, Andy, Uchok. Yeah, they're not here, probably Zaki there. Thank you very much. I mean, now you know that it's really complicated. It's really a lot of work, and that's only for biomass, not the soil carbon. It's gonna be another story. So yeah, Christina, I would like also to thanks to Christina. I learned a lot in the lab as well for processing the samples. So yeah, I will end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yasmiana. I didn't expect to get that mention, so thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to Susie. Would you like? So Susie's going to talk about a case study site of seagrass stock in Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. I am Susi Rahmawati from Research Center for Oceanography, BRIN. Of the third component of CCOP's project. So CCOP projects is an implementation project of Indonesia-Australia collaboration conducted in 2021 and 2022. I feel so nervous because it feels like I'm going to defend my thesis. So I will show you the result of the third component, which is the blue carbon in seagrass ecosystem in 3 locations, which were Teluk Saleh, Selat Lembe, and Labuan Bajo. This presentation will have a lot of, so scientific, will have a lot of graphs, so I hope you can enjoy. So back to where we began, the objective of this project is to estimate or to assess the carbon stock capacity in seagrass, both in biomass and soil, and to examine the community structures of the seagrass habitat. And then and last, we want to see the relationship between carbon storage or carbon stock and its community. This is the sampling location. We have 7 locations in here, Labuan Bajo, 5 locations in Teluk Saleh, Sumbawa, and 6 sites in Selat Lembeh. The method, so we measure the community structure and then seagrass living biomass and sediment. For the sediment, we use LOI or loss on ignition. So we burn the sample at a certain degree and then we use some formula to get the carbon organic. It's not a direct measurement, so mostly the LOI method will result overestimate data. But this is the first step, not the first step, but what we can do in RCO BRIN. And then the next step, we will do the analysis with Christina in Adelaide using the elemental analyzer and the others analysis. We use these books and references to do the methods. Okay, so for the sample collection, we collect the data in an area 100 by 100 meter, and then we collect, and the scope of this study is in intertidal seagrass. So we measure the seagrass community in 33 plots, and then we collect biomass in 12 plots and 9 plots for sediment core. But it's not a default, so we will adjust this number of sample due to the circumstances in the field. But at least we collected 3 core sediment. So this picture shows how we measure the seagrass cover, and then the core for biomass, and this is how we collect the sediment core. So far we got this number of sample for biomass and for the sediment for all the location. And the result is, so in this location, we have 9 seagrass species in Teluk Saleh, 9 species in Selat Lembeh, and also 9 species in Labuan Bajo. But this species only recorded in 100 by 100 meters study area, not in the reflect of the study area. Maybe there will be another species like Thalassodendron hempricii at the reef crest, for example, in Labuan Bajo. So these 3 pictures, this picture is species that we found in those 3 locations. And then another parameter of seagrass community structure is seagrass cover. This table shows that these 3 species, Enhalus, Thalassia, and Cymodocea rotundata, is the most abundant in those 3 locations. And then this number is the average of seagrass cover in each location. So the range of cover is from almost 50% to 57%. So Enhalus acroides, Thalassia hempricii, and Cymodocea rotundata is the most abundant based on seagrass cover in those 3 locations. Enhalus acroides have a very large morphology, is the largest compared to the other species in Indonesia. And then for seagrass density, in Teluk Saleh we can see that the mean, this is the mean for seagrass density. So we counted each shoot of the sample, so 267 shoot per meter square. We can see that in Teluk Saleh, the green bar represent Enhalus acroides occur in every site and almost the dominant species in each site. these grapes answer Mbak Emi question about this morning about what is the dominant species in Prancak, ya? Prajak. So the most dominant species in Prajak is Enhalus acroides. And then for seagrass density in Selat Lembeh, we can see that in Selat Lembeh, they have higher seagrass density, and also they have various seagrass habitat, like each of site, seagrass in each of site forms multi-specific meadows. While in Teluk Saleh, there are two sites was multi-specific or only inhabited by Enhalus acroides. In Labuan Bajo, in each site, the species and the density is varied from among study. So from site number 1 and site number 2, the complexity is relatively high. From the biomass, so as Matt mentioned, we collect the seagrass biomass, and then we oven at 60 degrees Celsius, and then we do the furnace at 550 degrees Celsius. And then what we got is Teluk Saleh, which dominated by Enhalus acroides, has the highest seagrass biomass, while Labuan Bajo has the least seagrass biomass. For the organic carbon content using the LOI, we got the range of organic carbon content in both location is range from 27 to 35% of dry biomass. We haven't analyzed the sample from Labuan Bajo. So here what we got. And then from the carbon stock in the living seagrass, Teluk Saleh had 613 gram carbon per meter square, is the highest compared to the others, and the least is Labuan Bajo 212. So Teluk Saleh, which dominated by Enhalus acroides, has the highest carbon stock in the seagrass community. Again, seagrass sediment. So we collect the sediment as Matt showed in his presentation, and then we cut and we slice by 5 centimeter. We do the we dry using the oven, and then also do the furnace to get the LOI. This is the two cores that I show you only 2 cores because there's a lot of cores. I only show you only 2 cores. So this is the course from Teluk Saleh at site 5 and site 1. At site 5, we can see, this column represents percent of carbon organic, and the central is dry bulk density, and the right column is carbon organic stock in milligram per centimeter cubic. We can see from the slide that each of core may have different profile. So we can see that there is a variability from one plot to the another plot. From one core in site number 5, the organic carbon content decreasing with depth. But in the other 15 centimeters as the 10 centimeter soil, the top 10 meter soil, the carbon organic is increasing and then they decrease with depth. And then from Selat Lembeh, we see the same profile from carbon organic content. So the carbon organic content increase with depth, and also the carbon stock decrease with depth. So from these graphs, you can see that if the ecosystem degraded at the top of, for example, 50 centimeters, so this is the number of carbon that
may release back to the atmosphere. This is the data from Labuan Bajo. From the carbon stock, we see that the total of carbon stock stored in the sediment increased with depth. Okay. We haven't finished the analysis with LOI, but from Teluk Saleh, we have finished all the sample. So each of this bar is average of the core in each site. And then in Selat Lembe, we just cover 50% of the sample. So in Selat Lembe, they have a lot of, higher carbon stock in the soil compared to the Teluk Saleh. We can see that only its variability of seagrass carbon stock, seagrass carbon stock in sediment. Site number 1 has the lower seagrass carbon stock compared to site number 2 and site number 4. Also in Selat Lembe, site number 3 and 5 have the lower number compared to the other side. So if we want to have data from Indonesia, we need to collect a lot of data to get a robust data. Okay. So why I used to use the LOI method, because we need robust with a lot of data from Indonesia. So to generate a formula or to generate a model to see the correlation between LOI and the result of elemental analyzer, we can provide the government or the academy to measure the carbon using those formula or those models. So if we back to the method, we have published the method from blue carbon in Indonesia and also in ASEAN. So if we have a standard method in Indonesia, and then we have the model to see the correlation between LOI and also the LOI and carbon organic result from the elemental analyzer, I think we can get a lot of data from Indonesia, because using LOI is easy and fast, even though it's a bit overestimate. But with one method, standard method in Indonesia now, we can have comparable and robust to support the national plan strategies facing the climate change. Okay, so it's not the offer or our works. We have a lot of works in Adelaide and then additional sample from Labuan Bajo. This is the next step. So we are going to do some of analysis in Sisaira Water Island in Adelaide with Christina. And then this is the contributors of this project. I especially thanks to Donnie and Jefferson and all of the students who spent months in the lab. Oke, terima kasih. Selamat sore.
Thanks, Susie. Really interesting data, preliminary data that you have for those 3 sites, and I look forward to analysing everything in Adelaide and with you coming. So we have time for a short break if everyone wants to take, 15 minutes, Matt? Or? Oh, sorry. Yes, let's do some questions first. So all the speakers are still here and available. So anyone have a question for anybody? Yes.
Thank you very much. And then you told that she already collected samples from Tansalan Pite in Sak Bay after 5 years. Maybe you can take samples from Pite Island or the 16 years. Iya, 13 tahun. Yeah, yeah. Hey, I saw yesterday. Yeah, yeah. And not so far from Jakarta, only 1 hour by speedboat. And then we have new buildings, look like hotels in Pari Island. Yeah, yeah. Please come on. Thank you very much.
Nice. Anybody else? Got any questions? Maybe ask Matt some questions about his complicated carbon accounting stuff. Yes?
Matt, what's the global scene like on carbon accounting seagrasses? I mean, you gave a good overview of Australia and Indonesia. What are the Europeans doing and the Americans and the Bahamas? I mean, are people in front doing more in other locations globally?
No, they're not. So this is Indonesia's chance to lead the world. Because in terms of global seagrass carbon accounting, nobody's doing it very well yet. I mean, the frameworks are there, but even the frameworks are still not fully developed. So go Indonesia, yeah.
We get comments to Pak Matt and then later to Mbak Ayu. Pak Matt, very nice presentation. Maybe the big questions or the question that I would like to ask, because since you are now part of the Indonesian blue carbon scientific communities and getting to the thing that you presented in Australia, I know took a lot of effort, resources, and so on. If you were to ask and then presented the recommendation to the government, what would you recommend as the first step? And I'm not just talking about seagrass, but maybe extended to the blue carbon ecosystem in general. This is the question is actually going into the carbon credit, the offset. What sort of like a first 2 steps or 3 steps that you would recommend? Then to Ayu, very very simple. Tadi kan dari berapa publikasi cuman 8 yang bisa dari sekian tahun. Aduh, ada Bapak Wawan ini memang nggak ada ya, sedikit. Blue carbon. Tapi oh oke. Okay. Thank you, Pak.
Terima kasih, Pak. You are generous. I'm still a visitor and a guest who's learning from you. It's the important question. What I will say is that our journey in Australia is not finished. So in about 3 weeks' time, I will be having a workshop in Australia because we now want to have a seagrass method that can be applied in our emission reduction fund so that can incentivize seagrass restoration. Working on that. For Indonesia, I don't want to come to Indonesia and tell Indonesia what they should do. But one option, you have now establishing the carbon trading scheme and a way that there will be a framework and a mechanism for financial support of restoration. Now, there's the discussions to be had around who should be allowed to invest in those projects and where the credits from those projects should go, and that's an important conversation for Indonesia to have as a country. But regardless of which way it goes, and whether foreign investment can come or it's just Indonesian investment, having a framework that is high integrity, that investors trust, that allows them to invest in projects, whether it's a mangrove restoration or a coastal rehabilitation that supports seagrass and livelihoods, that's going to be crucial, because if the investors trust it, and our experience in Australia shows that there are investors, they want to give money for this, not only because they have their emissions that they want to offset, but because it's the right thing to do. But they have to be able to trust it, because if they don't trust it, they will go somewhere else and spend their money. So that's probably the one suggestion I have, is that it needs to have a high integrity, good transparency, and be able to be trusted. Is that okay?
Thanks, Matt. And thanks everyone for the questions. Anything else? If not, we'll have a short break. We're running on time, what, 15 minutes? Yeah, 15 minutes. And then we'll come back to finish things off with a facilitated discussion. Thank you. Terima kasih. chair is getting antsy. We're a minute over schedule, people. Connie's not ready yet.
You'll be late.
How do I get the music down?
It's the music Nikki's interpretive dancing.
Are you going to show it to us now? I don't know who did that, but I think so. Selamat datang kembali. Okay. So, selamat datang kembali. I'd like to now get Tony up here to host our facilitated discussion of the session we just had. So, Tony.
Terima kasih Christina, kembali saya datang. Thank you. Selamat sore Bapak Ibu sekalian, masih semangat nggak? Ya elah. Ayo bangun. Ini susahnya nih kalau udah sore begini nih orang udah nggak ada, udah tidur, terus diskusi lagi ya. Waduh, kopi dulu ya Pak ya, kopi hela atau Pak. Okay, well thank you everyone and Pak Matt, Andreas, Bu Niki, all the front rows. I've been asked by Pak Matt, the committee to maybe discuss. I am not going to present anything, but instead, want to hear from you. And literally, I will ask each of you, except there's people here, about what you think, and then give me some idea that we can take as a, take-home message, hadiah, oleh-oleh dari kegiatan ini. Karena menurut saya ini satu kegiatan yang sangat penting, juga strategis. Saya memang miss di awal, tapi saya rasa dari ngobrol dengan Pak Andreas ini kan suatu hal yang memang kita harus jadikan sebagai suatu momentum building. Jadi ada kesempatan dan kita harus manfaatkan itu. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya punya usul supaya ini bisa lebih terarah. When I look at the participants here, you basically can be divided into two big groups, but a very uneven balance. So on one hand, we have all the scientists, very nice and pretty experts on blue carbon, seagrasses, the scientific group. And then only maybe me, Andreas, because although he claims himself as a scientist and policymakers, I think he is a policymaker more than scientific now. But these are the other group that sort of try to make it balanced between the scientific groups here and the policymakers. Orang kebijakan sama orang peneliti. Nah, jadi apa yang mungkin saya ingin tanyakan dari Bapak Ibu sekalian, makanya saya ingin tanya satu-satu nih. Dari aspek penelitian misalnya, kan 2 hari terakhir saya ikut, tapi dari hari pertama ada yang ngomong tentang livelihood, ada yang ngomong tentang ekosistem, ada yang ngomong tentang carbon sequestration tadi bagus banget hasil penelitian. Ada juga tentang yang livelihood tadi ya, tapi juga bagaimana kita dari segi policy membawa ini agar supaya menjadi kebijakan tersendiri. Tidak hanya dengan institusi masing-masing, kita semua ini terikat dengan satu institusi, mau di BRIN mau di Bapeda, Bappenas, Kemenko Marves, universitas dan sebagainya, tapi atau NGO, kita semua punya tujuan yang sama, yaitu bagaimana mengangkat isu. Dari kemarin tuh kan saya sudah bilang bahwa Seagrass ini harus kita angkat, dan ini kesempatan baik. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, tadi saya bilang bagi dua kelompok peneliti dan pembuat kebijakan itu cuma buat gampangnya aja sih. Jadi silakan Bapak Ibu, saya ingin mau nanya langsung satu-satu. Silakan mengidentifikasikan diri Bapak Ibu sekalian itu sebagai apa, kemudian sampaikan. Pertanyaannya gampang, sesudah dari sini kita mau ngapain? Ada enggak Pak Wawan pikir, wah kalau gitu kita mesti bikin begini tiap bulan, wah nggak bisa Pak. Pertemuan ini, masing-masing kelompok di kelompok masing-masing itu mau ngapain? Di lingkungan maksudnya di kampus, di lab, di kantor. Nah, ide ini kan kemudian harus dibawa agar supaya apa yang disampaikan di awal sekali oleh Pak Matt, Bu Niki, we can formalize this to make it as an outcome of this meeting to be a result, a very practical result that we can offer, we can propose to our government as a one package, and then we say, okay, Ibu Niki or the governor of Australia, thank you so much, and then but we still need this and that, you know, to continue this momentum. This is a very, very strategic momentum that we have. Jadi yang ketiga itu adalah next step-nya kan. Nanti kita masuk ke situ. Oke, itu kira-kira intro aja dari saya. Saya cuma fasilitator saja. Bapak Ibu semualah yang jadi narasumber sekarang. Ada yang mau volunteer nggak? Biasanya nggak usah muter begini gitu loh. Ada yang mau ngomong? Silahkan. Wah ini jangan suruh ikut umur ya.
Terima kasih.
Mangga tuh Kak.
Penghormatan buat saya. Jadi kita ini kan sudah dari kemarin itu sama Mas Prama, terus yang pertama saya bangga itu dulu itu terpencar di KKP, di apa, di Lapan, di Big, sekarang sudah satu rumah, satu atap. Itu satu keuntungan. Yang kenapa? Mudah silaturahim.
Itu.
Nah, jadi dengan silaturahim in Indonesian for me then
tenang Pak.
Silaturahim. Jadi, karena kita punya tantangan tuh. Yang kemarin Pak, peta Lamun tuh bagaimana? Saya sih punya dosa.
Map.
Ya.
Jangan Pak udah.
Ya itu
Karena kita urusan berdosa mah susah tuh.
Langkah pertama, bahkan langsung pertama.
Ya.
Mungkin kita bikin WA group. Yang hadir di sini, nanti kita undang teman-teman, entah kantor siapapun, entah NGO, yang dari situ nanti sering komunikasi, terus akan mengerucut insya Allah jadi, kita punya tantangan. Pertama, peta Padang Lamun. Bagaimana, terus dari Mas Pramak, ada dari Akar, insya Allah ada proyek, insya Allah mungkin itu bensinnya tuh. Tapi nanti kita misalnya, ini masalah kita, kalau Pak Andreas kita banyak bolong-bolong, nah nanti bagaimana mengisinya. Terus yang kedua, ini livelihood, jadi blue carbon seagrass sama livelihood, jadi mata pencaharian nih. Saya pertama kali ke Pulau Pari 81, dulu waktu kalau ke sana tiap hari makan daging kimah. Ngasih makan lobster, ikan, bukan, ikan sampai tidak termakan, saking banyaknya. Jadi kalau pola pasut musim barat, dia surut malam, siang pasangnya, pas sore itu pasang jaring. Jadi pas malam-malam, goreng ikan. Jadi jam 10 malam kan tinggal ngambil. Terus kemarin itu abalon dalam 2 tahun habis. Jadi sekarang itu kimah sudah tidak ada, teripang sudah tidak ada, bulu babi sudah tidak ada. Nah ini kan mata pencaharian dari Lamun kan itu yang mau kita jual. Terus info lain lagi, kami dulu primadonanya itu marine culture, Pak. Terus ada wacana, nanti kan namanya Stasiun Penelitian Pulau Pari, kita ini buat restocking biota-biota ke Padang Lamun. Nah sekarang mah itu harus itu. Karena sudah, misalnya di sini, saya belum lihat di sini, apakah masih ketemu misalnya tridakna, terus buru babi, teripang sekarang. Terus kalau misalnya sekarang, kan kita di Indonesia nih, dari Papua, dari mana, tadi dari Bu Desi, di Manado masih bagus. Kalau ketemu itu lindungi, betul-betul lindungi. Untuk bibit, dibudidayakan. Terus pernah diundang sama Bu Rohani ke Pulau Badi, budidaya udah laut, energinya solar cell. Jadi pulau terpencil tidak ada masalah. Jadi nanti misal kita jalan-jalan ke sana, solar cell, yang penting ada aerator binatang untuk hidup, tidak untuk listrik ini nggak, itu terlalu besar. Iya. Dan saya juga itu lihat di Pulau Pari juga. Namanya dulu Kudus Joni, jadi dulu hanya 2 tempat yang nyala. Pulau kami jam 6 sampai 12 malam pakai generator. Satu lagi pulau itu lampu 5 watt, Pak. Solar cell sebesar ini. Taruh di aki motor. Sama kincir angin dari drum. Saya ya cuap, namanya peneliti muda cuap. Si Fulan bikin proyek gede-gedean, nggak disetujui sekarang.
Iya Pak.
Jadi mau apa? Jadi tantangan kita pertama peta.
Ya.
Jadi pertama bikin grup, yang hari di sini, misalnya siapa administratornya, terus nanti mengundang teman-teman lain. Terus dari hasil ini ada peta Padang Lamun. Yang kedua sumber daya di Padang Lamun untuk livelihood itu. Ya. Terima kasih. Terus satu lagi, kalau misalnya ada yang menyampaikan, di sini masih banyak, kita lindungi rame-rame. Untuk sumber bibit. Terima kasih Pak.
Terima kasih Tara Renkyu atau Pak Wawan.
Thank you.
Three things ya.
Mungkin bisa translate ke teman-teman yang Australia, kan Inggrisnya berlebihan.
Oh, she knows ya, Tara Renkyu atau Mbak. Three things. Map, a good map. No, we do need that. Livelihood, that's no. And if I could add, conservation within the livelihoods, how Seagrass can support the community livelihood. And then, of course, how we can keep the communication going, and then that's sort of like the follow-up. Oke, lanjut. Nggak usah dikomentarin, kita dengar dulu. Siapa nih? Ayolah. Ya, masa mesti di...
Terima kasih Pak Tony. So in my opinion as a researcher, as I mentioned at the end of my presentation, one of our job is provide data to fulfill the government needs, such as, for example, for NDC on carbon inventory, also carbon market, etc. So I, as a scientist, I think we should discuss together to have a robust method. We have a carbon procedure for blue carbon measurement, and then I think we need to discuss together and build the models or the formula, so we can have a relationship between LOI and the carbon organic resulted from the CNS analyzer. Why we need that formula? Because the number of CNS analyzer in Indonesia is still limited, exclude the private company. So the fee for the analysis is expensive. So sometimes we cannot afford because we have a lot of sample, and then we need more money to analyze. I don't know, but it's still doing that, Mbak Ayu. Tapi itu not CNS analyzer ya? Not CNS analyzer, yeah. So if we have the robust standard methods for Indonesia, and then we have the formula or the models, all, for example, university in Indonesia can provide the data, and then if we collect all the same procedure, it means the data is comparable, and then it can support the blue carbon data in Seagrass for Indonesia government. Yeah, thank you Pak Tani. Oh, lanjut.
Hello everyone. My 8 sebelumnya Pak. From 8. So from my perspective, Lapan have goals to provide procedure to mapping using remote sensing. And then in 2019, I joined Blue Carbon Fellowship. And now I take student leave to learn about blue carbon, but in remote sensing perspective gitulah Pak. Ada pusat riset remote sensing gitu. Nah, iya benar Pak. Sampai mana tadi? Nah, jadi my thesis goal itu untuk itu tadi Pak, to provide prosedur using remote sensing data in percent cover and biomass. Jadi sejalan lah dengan ini gitu. Jadi when in 2019 join fellowship, I have kayak we need to provide map like sekarang juga and still map. Yeah, and still map the problem. We can provide the map. It's why I interest from provide the procedure to map the seagrass especially. Yes. Nah, untuk actionnya sih paling itu sih Pak, PR-nya kan masih tentang map. Jadi pertanyaannya, nah iya gimana caranya kita buat, karena seperti yang Matt bilang terakhir pun kayak kita memang belum punya mapnya kan gitu. Jadi kayak kalau pengalaman yang mangrove, mereka kan ada kayak 1 tahun itu 1 pulau. 1 tahun 1 pulau, 1 tahun. Nah itu nggak tahu gimana verifikasinya, tapi mereka berhasil untuk menghasilkan peta mangrove gitu. Nah, apakah kita harus melakukan hal itu juga? Seperti itu. Ya, but remote sensing can do it gitu lah Pak.
Dari langit.
Lanjut.
Thank you.
Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Nama saya Doni dari PRO BRIN. Jadi menurut opini saya, dari sisi kan kemarin ikut biomass team Pak sama Matt, karbon di setiap pulau di Indonesia, kan kita juga ada tim dari universitas atau dari Pemda. Jadi ya sama kayak Bu Susi, kita samakan dulu metodenya, terus juga menggunakan metode yang murah seperti LOI itu. Jadi bisa mengcover apabila tim mapping butuh ground truth juga, bisa kelihatan ini beneran lamun atau batu atau karang gitu. Jadi bisa meningkatkan ketelitian mapping itu sendiri. Itu aja sih Pak.
Improve capability untuk metodologi untuk pengukuran ya.
Gitu.
Seagrass.
Khususnya untuk seagrass gitu.
Ikut trip yang kemarin kan, berarti
ikut,
ada
Pak.
sesuatu nggak yang dipelajarin? Mungkin buat yang lain juga.
Sesuatu yang dipelajari kemarin, kalau kita sebagian besar sih penelita transit tuh dari pantai baru ke pesisir. Kalau kemarin sama timnya Met, sebagian besar kita malah di daerah tubir Pak, yang daerah dalam-dalam. Jadi kelihatan bedanya, terus juga kelihatan dari sisi sedimen, mungkin karena di pulau-pulau juga kelihatan jenisnya juga mungkin relatif lebih multispesies gitu.
Zonasi juga beda kali ya kalau
Ya,
dari
zonasi
sana.
juga beda gitu.
Oke, thank you Mas Tony.
Kasih.
Terima kasih. Ini mana nih jadi bantuin saya, thank you ya. Tapi bukan berarti nggak ngomong ya, nanti mesti ngomong ya. Enggak. Frida dulu ada. Ya. What's next?
Oke, makasih Pak Tony.
Pertanyaan diingatkan ya, what's next-nya.
What's
Jadi
next, ya?
dari ini, kalau ada komentar juga dari hasilnya, tapi memang inginnya adalah apa sih yang kira-kira bisa kita lakukan as a community of practitioners. Like, saya anggap ini kalian adalah community of practitioners yang we have this opportunity to be here, to discuss, to talk, and then when routine, and then what happened is that, aduh lupa udah ada disposisi lagi buat pegawai negeri ini disposisi ini, and then another assignments. But I'm trying not to think that way. I think we should be able to think something coming out from these meetings. What can we do? And then we need to prove that. We need to make it happen. Ya, Ibu.
Oke, makasih Pak Tony, Pak Matt dan Kak Niki. So I think that for very near future, I hope that all information, the data that we have for these 3 days and maybe previous data collection or something like that, can be like meaningful information for the policymakers. Yeah, not only for policymakers, but also for people. Yeah, let's say now here we have local government, so they can get information. This data is scientific data, so we can get information, meaningful information for them. So we can translate this kind of scientific data for like meaningful, yeah, for the policymaker and the public. And yeah, I think that's the for the workshop. Yeah. And maybe for the future, yeah, I hope that
longer term, yeah.
Midterm.
Midterm long.
I think that hope that people who are here can have like increase their capacity, yeah, knowledge, yeah, and hopefully building the network. I think is important. Yeah. So after this is not the end, but this is beginning. Yeah, for exchanging information, yeah, networking is important, I think. Yeah.
Ya.
Itu aja sih Pak.
Terima kasih Mbak Frida.
Boleh Pak Tony?
Oh, terserah. Silahkan.
Ya, selamat
Ini
sore.
policy maker.
Good afternoon. Okay, in my view as a part of policy makers.
You can introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Wildan. I'm under Pak Tony in ICCTF. And what I see in 2 days event, this is a very good presentation, but as a policymakers, I'm not a scientific researcher, so there's a lot of new things that I saw. They saw about the methods, the technical. I agree. We need to have a standardized method to count the seagrass carbon, and what I do in the next after this workshop, there's a short term and long term. I think I divide it too. The short term is like what Bu Frida said. Networking is important because mostly when we do a workshop, we kind of confuse who should we get into the workshop, and this is a good opportunity where everyone is here. I can ask email, contact. So next time, people from scientific side can see discussion. I'm gonna add one more map, but not one map. It's a blue carbon roadmap. So this also one goals that we want to make Indonesia blue carbon roadmap. I hope we can ask people here also to join and discuss what's the best way in the next future when we developing the blue carbon roadmap, including the funding, because I heard from yesterday we have trouble in funding. In the near time, we're developing ICSTF, also joining with Bapenas, developing the blue finance. I hope it can be one way to get a better solution in the funding. I think itu aja, Pak. That's it.
Terima kasih, Mas Wildan. Bisa langsung ke Mbak Terry, nanti balik ke Pramaya.
Okay, thank you, Pak Tony. Actually, I'm just a little bit tickled by the comments from Budesi yesterday about the data that she said that the area of the seagrass already got by the provincial level, the government of the province. So I'm just thinking, where did the data goes? Are they still in the government office? They just keep filed it, or were it sent to KKP, or where did they send to LIPI, or we don't know. And then the next question is, if it is so, because actually doing this livelihood, we need to put the area extent of each habitat. So we try to grab all the data, and then it is in the RT/RW. So okay, the data is there. So the next question is, are we going to dig all this data, or we just produce the new data? I think this question have to be answered by the scientists and policymaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Jangan suruh tanyakan pada rumput yang bergoyang. Mari.
Thank you, Pak Tony. Oke.
Pak, boleh tadi
oh.
lewat saja.
Oh ya, oke.
Enggak, habis itu.
Okay. Yeah, I think everything has been said, and I basically agree that we might have to utilize citizen science in order to fill the gaps. But before we go into that, we have to standardize the methodology, so all these guys who wants to be involved get the same level of understanding, so all the data that were collected can be comparable, like Mbak Susi said, and I've discussed with Mbak Ayu as well regarding that. We might have to do like a capacity building before. So yeah, actually we have a lot of manpower, just not well documented. Like for example, in university, some students every year must go to the field, collect data, but their data sometimes only stay on the library, not really the database that can be accessed from outside. Yeah, so if we can really manage that well, and all this data were collected using a standardized methodology, then it will be useful to fill all the holes that currently available. That's one thing. And regarding the mapping and how long does it take to finish the map, I think it all depends on our expectation regarding the maps. If we keep like asking about the most accurate map, then we will not go anywhere. We have to start somewhere. So if we want to think pragmatically, then at least we have the map first, and then we can improve it later. Because that already mentioned like yesterday, like 3,100,000, everything, the data came from the sky, that as you mentioned. I mean, the technology that we have now, I think it's much better than the technology that was used to produce such number. But they are brave enough to publish the data, but we are not, even though we know we might be to do it better than the one that produce such data. So I think, yeah, if we want to do it fast, then we have to do it like, okay, we don't have to really achieve something like 100% or 90%, and we can go with maybe 70 or 80%, and then we can improve it little by little. But at least we have the baseline, because we can refine it based on the citizen science later on, but at least we can provide something to show that this is the map. Yeah, but we always know that the map will not always accurate. It must be like keep refining so it can be better. But yeah, so yeah, that's my idea. If we want to do it relatively faster, then we start now. we don't have to really worry that it won't be accurate. I mean, a lot of people think that maps should be accurate. No, even the topographic map, the RBI map have errors, you know. Yeah, so why not we start it? Thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak Rama. Betul, bagus sekali. Mulai dengan yang simple. Silakan, Mas.
I think because both of us came from the university, we have the same idea. Thank you. No, just joke.
Oh.
Okay. My name is Lumban. I come from Nusa Cendana University. It's from Kupang, East Nusa Tenggara Timur. Now we talk in Nusa Tenggara Timur too, East Nusa Tenggara and Flores. I just add a little bit from Mr. Prama. I think we have a lot of human resources, especially in the university. We have a lot of students from Sumatra to Papua, because a lot of university have marine or fisheries department or something like that. So we can encourage the student to take a sample, and after the research they can, we have to develop one database that we can send all of the data regarding to Seagrass. I don't know. Do we have the database like that in Indonesia? I don't know. We just have what we call wali data, but I think there is no one university involved to send the data to wali data. I think, in my opinion, because usually the institution that get the data maybe from LIPI. It was from LIPI, now BRIN. And secondly, maybe they get data from NGO, but unfortunately some NGOs when ask university to take the data, they give a contract that we should not publish the data. And so Tony, maybe you can push the NGO that the NGO should publish the data. I have a lot of data from NGOs because some NGOs asked me to get some data, but the data is still in my laptop and the NGO's laptop.
Itu menjawab pertanyaannya Terry tadi. Datanya ada di mana katanya? Oh, ada di laptop.
Okay. Tony, the data is not only in the province agencies. In university and NGOs, the provinces has in East Nusa Tenggara Timur especially, they don't have the data anymore. Maybe they have the data from 90 to 2000, but after that they don't.
Tahu kalau data kita nggak pernah continuous kan?
Ya.
Ada satu project 5 tahun, 10 tahun, ada habis itu stop.
Ya.
Nah, itu dari zaman Pak Wawan tuh.
But we can push, we can encourage the student to get the data, and after they finish their research, we can send the data to one big database.
Nah, itu yang belum ada kan?
So, but the problem.
Oke, udah. Oke, oke.
I as an educator, I push my student to do Seagrass research.
Jadi Pak.
In cheapest way, because
student bukan.
Unfortunately, we are not come from rich people. I teach them how to use the smartphone as a GPS because we have application in other. Although the accuracy is not as good as good GPS.
Thank you, Pak. But keep in mind for the dosen-dosen, students are not cheap laborers ya. Dia. Anton mau ngomong dulu atau nanti lewat dulu? Oke. Acit panitia. Yuk. Ayo. Jangan.
Ya, makasih Pak Tony. What's next ya pertanyaannya?
Yeah. What's next?
So for me, right, personally, I will finish my study, of course. Right?
If not, Pak Met will send you home.
Yeah, so that I can come back with my degree, and yeah, well, also yeah, I know there are a lot of lecturer, Pak Lumban, Pak Rama, Pak Anton, Bu Rohani, dan yang lain. I kept encouraging them to promote. Come on, Pak, as Pak Lumban already said, encourage your students to do more research on this. We still need a lot of data for seagrass blue carbon, not only in biomass but also in the soil. And yeah, and the most important thing is with correct and calculation.
Yeah.
Then not only stop there, but keep encouraging them to publish the data. So like what we did in the review, we only find those published data, right? Well, probably there are a lot of research already going on in the university, but there's no publication on that. We never know. So yeah, I also talked to Pak Prama already. I'm happy to share if their students or others want to ask about the methodology and everything. I'm also still learning, but yeah, I mean, the best way to learn is to teach or share, right? So yeah, and yeah, Pak Lumban already encouraged their student as well. And I think Pak, the needs for the data.
Ayu, nanti saya balik ke Pak Anton, dengar dari Bu Firni dulu nih. Ini, oh udah, oke.
Thank you, Pak Tony.
Pak Anton.
Actually, I'm not a seagrass scientist. I'm a mangrove scientist.
Yes.
So actually, so that's why I'm kind of quiet in this meeting because it's like it's not my habitat.
Ibu bening mangrove saya nggak apa-apa juga, saya ngomong aja terus cuek.
I mean, probably I can just share a little bit about my experience because because I'm witnessing how we struggled in the first years before the mangroves is becoming famous and mainstream there in Indonesia. So yeah, I'm starting when mangrove was not famous yet. So probably this experience can be taken as a lesson learned, for the seagrass scientists, because I think the most important thing is of course data and information, because if we don't have data and information, we cannot do anything, So I do agree with all of you that we need to have not have to be an accurate data yet, but there must be a national data on seagrass. That's the basic, I think, the basic information that you need because I think the end goal of this discourse is actually how we can mainstream the seagrass sector, into the NDC, right? I think that's the main goal. Has been already included in our NDC and also in our forest reference emissions level, but not from the seagrass. So, well, I think, the hardest part is, of course, how to obtain this information at the national data for seagrass. I know the difficulties is probably much higher, for seagrass than for mangroves, because for mangroves we just can see from satellite imagery is easy, but for seagrass we need to go underwater. So probably the main important thing is who is the custodian for this seagrass data. For so far I know, when BRIN was not developed yet, it was LIPI, but now when LIPI is merged into BRIN, so I don't know whether it is BRIN who is the custodian of seagrass data or how, I don't know yet. But in my opinion, the most implementable agency to do this coordination thing for the Ministry of Fisheries and Maritime, because BRIN is not. I mean, we only focus on research, but not. We are not an implementing agency. That's the different. The difference. In the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, it's a big and well-established ministry with implementing regional offices, So we can gather all the information from mangroves, from all our national forest inventories into our database, into the Ministry of Environment and Forestry database. And I hope, I don't know, but I think KKP has also regional offices, yeah? Yeah. I think you can use all these UPT regional offices, and also in collaboration with universities and so on. But there must be a ministry who will be the custodian of this data. I'm not sure if universities or BRIN can be the custodian for this data set. So I'm just taking the experience from KLHK, who is, I think, now we have the one map mangrove, yeah, and you know the long journey, yeah, how we can get this one map mangrove in 2021, yeah. So I think if KKP can be the custodian of this Seagrass database, yeah, so the KKP minister should enforce all the related parties, yeah, to develop this national database for seagrass, yeah, and with the help of Matt, yeah, I think KKP can do this because I think the basic is in the coordination, because KLHK, when we produce the one map mangrove, we collaborate with LIPI, with Lapan, yeah, and then with KKP as well. So there are several agencies who collaborated with us, yeah, in producing this mangrove database. So I think for the seagrass database, the same approach, yeah, can be conducted as well. So I think, and I hope once the national database for seagrass has been developed, and it can be developed annually, yeah, like now what we did with our mangrove. So now we can map for every year, one map mangrove every year. So formally, we map the mangrove for each region for each year, but now we can map simultaneously. So at 1 year, the whole mangrove ecosystem. I think that should be conducted as well for seagrass, if you want to be successful and mainstream this seagrass sector into the NDC, and hopefully, I don't know whether there's FRL, yeah, for seagrass, but yeah, at least for NDC. Yeah. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih banyak Bu Vini, thank you very much, very good. Nanti ya kita komen. Ton, saya mau kasih ke Ibu dulu ya, boleh nggak? Ibu, silakan Ibu. Ladies first lah, Ton ya. Baruan. Silakan.
Iya, terima kasih. Selama berapa hari ini saya terus terang saya sangat senang karena diundang oleh Pak Andreas, dan apa yang telah saya kemarin presentasikan, memang di Maluku itu kurang banyak penelitian tentang karbon. Memang banyak penelitian kami ataupun oleh LIPI itu banyak tentang struktur komunitas dan status. Tetapi untuk karbon masih kurang, hanya baru beberapa penelitian, terutama juga di sedimen itu masih sedikit sekali. Baru saya sudah mencoba tahun kemarin, tetapi memang belum publikasi. Tadi saya sempat sharing dengan Ibu Susi tentang metode dan sebagainya. Kemudian memang pulau-pulaunya sangat banyak, kemudian pulau-pulau kecil dan jauh, jadi memang untuk menjangkau pulau-pulau itu perlu dana besar, kemudian juga disesuaikan dengan musim. Kalau musimnya tidak sesuai, maka sulit untuk menjangkau karena gelombang dan sebagainya. Sehingga lebih banyak mahasiswa kami itu melakukan penelitian di dekat-dekat saja. Jadi lebih banyak ke Pulau Ambon, sehingga data di Pulau Ambon itu lebih banyak tersedia dibandingkan dengan pulau-pulau lain, apalagi pulau-pulau terluar. Dan kami sebenarnya ada beberapa kegiatan, kami bekerja sama dengan LIPI, kemudian KKP, dan kantor-kantor lain untuk mengeksplor data seperti di daerah-daerah yang jauh dari Pulau Ambon. terutama yang dibiayai oleh kemarin itu oleh CI dan juga oleh KKP. Nah, kalau memang selama ini data-data itu lebih seperti yang tadi sudah dikatakan oleh ke bagian-bagian. Jadi kalau KKP yang ambil, kalau universitas ambil, jadi tersimpan di masing-masing kantor tersebut. Sehingga kadang-kadang kami keluar universitas datanya lain, KKP datanya beda, dan seperti itu. Nah, baru beberapa tahun kemarin ini kami mulai bekerja sama untuk mengekspor data, terutama data tentang Lamun. Nah, ada hal menarik yang saya juga pelajari dari tadi livelihood untuk metode EDWIM. Nah, itu mungkin kalau kami bisa tahu tentang metode itu kemudian diterapkan di Ambon atau di Maluku, mungkin kami bisa menggunakannya, ya Pak Tony. Iya. Mungkin dari saya seperti itu.
Terima kasih Ibu. Dengan bagian terakhir nanti saya mau konekkan dengan Pak Tim nanti. So Pak Tim can talk to Ibu about the method that you were using on the livelihood. Yeah.
Yes. And I might just make a comment on that. There is I was talking to a couple of people about this. There will be some resources that are being developed by CSIRO. They're like to try to bridge the gap between scientific monitoring and community action, and it's called the Knowledge Brokers Program. So it's about knowledge broking, about taking knowledge and then brokering it to communities and decision makers. And ADWIM is in there, and there's causal chain analysis and quite a few other tools that ecologists can use.
Right?
Yeah, it's available now, and we've done 2 rounds with South Pacific countries, and the plan will be to make it available to Indonesian practitioners as well, but if it has to be turned into Bahasa, and there could be some issues there, but we'll be talking about that next week as well.
Bu, langsung Bu, catat nomornya dia Bu. Anton.
Thank you Pak Tony. Bahasa ya. Oke. Pertama-tama saya sangat bersyukur ya boleh bergabung dengan orang-orang hebat di sini berkaitan dengan berbicara tentang Seagrass ya tentunya. Dan terima kasih khusus buat Pak Andreas yang memasukkan saya di bagian pelatihan ini.
Tenang, dia ngomong paling belakang kok, tenang aja.
Oke, sip ya. Tapi harus terima kasih dulu ya kesempatan. Dan ini dari saya ketika dari sudut pasti di sini sudah banyak yang ngomong ya. Dan bersyukur saya nggak ikut hadir ketika mereka ngomong, jadi mungkin ada yang sama. Dan sebagai dosen, saya melihat bahwa memang ternyata kalau kolaborasi jauh lebih enjoy ya. Mendapatkan pengalaman, berbagi informasi bersama teman-teman itu sangat memberikan wawasan bagi kami untuk terapkan kepada anak didik kami, mahasiswa. Dan kami di dosen basic ya sebagai seorang yang belajar awalnya biokimia, sekarang harus belajar mangrove dan sekarang seagrass lagi, ini ternyata menambah wawasan terus bagaimana kami supaya bisa meningkatkan wawasan mahasiswa kami tentunya. Tadi juga sudah dapat dari Mas Prama bagaimana cara mapping, jadi lebih menarik lah tentunya. Dan ke depan sebagai seorang dosen, ya ini jadi tertantang agar supaya karena memang tadi ya saya diskusi sama Pak Lumban, wah kami mungkin sama Ibu juga ya, kami ternyata kedaerahan karena memang tadi keterbatasan tadi, sehingga kami memiliki data basic di daerah-daerah kami, sehingga ketika dilibatkan seperti ini sangat menarik. Nah mungkin karena kemarin belajar di mangrove, ada aplikasi Monmang, itu sangat membantu tentunya. Saya tidak tahu apakah Monmang itu digunakan juga oleh wali data ya, tetapi servernya Monmang itu bisa menangkap
informasi yang dilakukan. Jadi anak-anak itu, mahasiswa kami diarahkan menggunakan aplikasi itu. Dan resume dari aplikasi itu masuk di server. Sehingga bisa mendapatkan data di daerah seperti kami yang menggunakan aplikasi itu. Saya berharap sih ke depannya bisa digunakan aplikasi seperti itu di Seagrass, sehingga lebih mudah mendapatkan summary data dari semua yang menggunakan itu. Apalagi kalau sudah lebih komplit misalnya digandengkan dengan yang kita lakukan selama hari ini, data-data citra satelit, baik dari Google, dari yang lain, sehingga tentunya memudahkan mendapatkan data yang kita harapkan itu, satu data yang dikerjakan oleh kolaborasi, terutama kalau kami mungkin akan menerapkan kepada mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang semoga bisa nanti akan mendapatkan, bukan lagi menggunakan seperti data Pak Wawan kemarin, data yang kira-kira ya, data
dari langit.
gitu. Nah, itu mungkin dari saya berkaitan dengan kedepannya. Nah, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Anton. Mbak Nani, Ibu.
Baik. Kalau saya lihat ya dari presentasi yang kemarin, kenalan dulu. Oke, nama saya Emi. Saya dari Pusat Riset Penginderaan Jauh ya, BRIM, yang X-nya 8. Ya, saya kebetulan grup leadernya yang menangani coastal dan marine environment. So, kalau berdasarkan pengalaman saya dan beberapa saat saya mengikuti kegiatan tentang Seagrass ini, menurut saya masalahnya itu adalah diri itu ya. Terus sebenarnya seperti presentasi saya yang kemarin itu kita sudah bikin ya si Pandora di 8, dan itu kita menghargai PRO. Jadi kita tunggu ketika PRO mengatakan ya bisa share, maka kita akan share gitu, karena kita sudah bikin otomatisasinya. Tapi karena kan seperti kita menghargai wali data mangrove yang ada di KLHK, kita kan hanya mensupport vektornya ya, yang berdasarkan data citra satelit. Ketika itu dibutuhkan, maka akan kita kasih ke wali data tersebut gitu. Begitu juga dengan Seagrass gitu, sistemnya udah ada dan itu sudah kami, saya juga disebut sebelumnya di kemarin itu sudah kami kasih ke Pusdatin, dan memang untuk Seagrass ini kami hold karena ya tadi kami menghargai PRO gitu ya sebagai wali datanya. Tapi ketika itu dinyatakan bisa di-share, maka akan kami share gitu. Jadi status untuk yang Seagrass itu emang di hold gitu ya, sesuai dengan keterikatan masing-masing pusat riset gitu ya. Karena kalau seandainya pusat riset penginderaan jauh yang sebagai penyedia data satelit gitu, kita share yang bahkan yang Indonesian Space Map itu bisa diakses gitu kan, karena kita punya hak di situ dan kita punya kewajiban di situ, dan kita emang nggak ada wali data tentang itu gitu, jadi itu punya kita, jadi kita bisa share gitu. Tapi ketika ada wali data, kita menghormati wali data yang ada gitu, walaupun sama-sama di BRIN gitu. Dan statusnya kalau di BRIN itu, jadi kita menunggu ketika PRO-nya mengatakan iya, maka kita share. Seperti itu Pak. Terus jika itu ingin di-push, ini kejadian kepada kasus fishing ground ya. Kan fishing ground kita emang juga memberikan data ya ke dinas-dinas perikanan, dan ketika pindah ke BRIN waktu itu tempat stop gitu, cuman kita push
stop Bu, data itu?
Hah?
Data citra yang sudah dikasih ke dinas, ke TPI.
Iya. Itu kan waktu itu ada perpindahan server Pak, perpindahan server, jadinya sempat berhenti karena perpindahan server, terus ada masalah juga di satelitnya, karena waktu itu satelit Terra Aqua itu ada pergantian software gitu, updating mereka yang harus di-adjust. Nah karena server juga pindah, jadi kita agak keribetan di situ, dan kita juga push ke pengguna untuk minta ke BRIN, bikin surat ke BRIN, jadinya di-push. Nah itu
kemarin kita ada rapat, itu langsung diperhatikan sama BRIN. Nah, ketika mangrove ataupun seagrass, ketika terjadi seperti itu, ya mendingan usernya seperti KKP atau yang membutuhkan misalnya Kemenko Marves itu bersurat ke BRIN sehingga itu menjadi perhatian BRIN, atau Bappenas sendiri yang bersurat ke BRIN gitu.
Siap.
Seperti itu Pak kondisinya.
Baik Bu, oke, makasih. Ibu BK.
Terima kasih banyak terkait dengan kegiatan kita ya selama 3 hari ini. Alhamdulillah saya belajar banyak juga dari sisi sainsnya ya, ternyata luar biasa kaya Indonesia ya, dan kita baru mampu 30% ya Pak ya, banyak potensi yang belum bisa terukur. Terkait dengan data, kalau dari sisi pemerintah daerah ya Pak ya, pengalaman kami di
Nggak harus data, ini untuk kedepannya.
Oh boleh.
Iya.
Ya kalau ke depan, kalau untuk data sendiri, kalau di pengalaman di kami itu kita ada forum data dan itu semua data, satu data NTB ada di Dinas Kominfotik. Jadi Dinas Kominfotik bekerja sama dengan semua OPD yang ada, dikumpulkan di mereka, kemudian ditaruh di websitenya. Jadi kita semua bisa akses dari sana. Nah, kalau yang terkait dengan data-data yang tadinya mungkin ya ada di NTB Teluk Saleh dari Bu Susi, kalau secara nasional mungkin kalau misalnya sudah ada wali datanya dan sudah disepakati di level nasional, mungkin nanti kita bisa disiapkan. Artinya kita butuh pemimpin Pak di tingkat nasionalnya, terus kemudian disediakan platformnya, jadi berbagi pakainya di platform yang sama. Nah saat ini kita kan sedang menyusun Low Carbon Development Plan ya, rencana pembangunan rendah karbon dalam bentuk dokumen. Nah itu kita sudah punya platform Aksara ya. Nah dari platform Aksara ini kita juga kontribusi ke data. Jadi kan nanti semua juga bisa lihat ya, karena semua punya akses juga nanti yang di KL ya ke Aksara misalnya. Karena kan sektornya ada banyak. Nah mudah-mudahan nanti karena ini kan Seagrass kan sedang mau diangkat ya, karena mangrove kan lebih dulu established ya, Seagrass ini mau diangkat, otomatis kita harus berpikir strategi yang baiknya seperti apa dan berbagi peran antara pusat dengan daerahnya seperti apa. Kalau tadi ada juga data yang di NGO, itu memang benar sekali Pak, di kami di WCS itu juga memang dia juga punya data juga gitu loh, jadi bagaimana data di dia bisa ditaruh di platform yang sama, berbagi pakainya itu juga bisa buat semua, artinya kita kontribusi dan nanti orang lain juga bisa manfaatkan gitu. Jadi saling bertukar pakai, tergantung nanti siapa yang akan menjadi pemimpin di pusat dan platform apa yang akan disepakati untuk digunakan bersama. Hanya contoh saja Pak, kalau yang untuk Aksara itu untuk pembangunan rendah karbon, kita udah sepakatkan dengan Bappenas untuk ke Aksara ya. Kira-kira seperti itulah mungkin dari saya ya. Terima kasih, mohon maaf lebih dan kurangnya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Sebelum Pak Andreas, is there anybody? Cid masih ngomong Cid. Harus dong. Singkat-singkat aja Cid.
Oh ya, ya terima kasih Pak Tony. Mungkin singkat aja ya dari saya ya. Mungkin I see it as ecologist ya. Kalau mapping, I'm not really expert on that. I think what's next I think it's important to improve the quality of data. We lack of data on carbon stock in sediments, for example, because not many institutions have CNS analyzer, for example. So I mean, that's one of the next steps that we need to improve the quality of the data.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jadi mesti beli CN analyzer nih. susah nih. So we need to buy a CN analyzer then, man. Yeah. Let me think. Nanti dulu dong. Kamu mesti ngomong, you. Yeah. Come on. Kan saya bilang, semuanya harus ngomong nih. Wajib. Harus dong. Mana sih? Ini biasa dosen nyuruh-nyuruh mahasiswa. Karena sekarang kapan saya mau nyuruh-nyuruh dosen nih?
Okay.
Pak Tony mentioned about who you are, who are you, not who you are, who are you. I'm a catalysator to innovation, that's me, yep. So currently I run an education project at IPB, hosting 50 students from design thinking, performing effective communication skills, and since they came from different places all over Indonesia, and I had several discussions with Pak Lumban, and I got to dig deeper and steps back on how to reach a common ground between students at PTN BH, using the BH, and those students coming from different places all over Indonesia. One of the things is related with moving away shyness in communicating to public, and also start using English language, despite however the problem using the language that. So they need the opportunity. So that was the platform. That's the first thing. The second one, when dealing with seagrass, despite these particular shallow waters, however, many places in Indonesia requires the students or maybe scientists to do scuba diving. And not many universities performing marine science education program have that luxury in developing the students with certain training and education to support them to have this safe, to perform safe and good scientific diving skills. Okay. So it struck me a bit, and okay, this data analysis thing may be just a bonus. And I need to really start upscaling the basic skills of undergraduate students in marine science, on fishery science, enabling them to perform more.
So from this, let's say, the past 3 days, what do you think, just one thing that, you know, if I were to ask you, what needs to be done?
Well,
from your perspective?
This program, this project allows the students to go
No,
away
for us, not for the students, no, for us.
For this. I would like to take the opportunity to perform a specified Merdeka Belajar, freedom to learn program. Merdeka Belajar. We can discuss
Zaman saya
about
kuliah
that.
nggak ada ya,
It's
sudah
another
merdeka kita soalnya.
Iya. Oh, dosen terpenjara.
Oh, okay.
Dosen
Oh,
terpenjara.
okay.
Dosen terpenjara. But then this particular semester full of activity would enable them to be, what do you call it? A science communication,
So maybe,
science communicator about seagrass,
Okay.
about the carbon credit, about the blue carbon, etc. With an adequate skill to perform field work.
Okay.
Yep, that's.
Thank you. So that's kind of like a
work
issue that, you know, we can take basically to the faculty members. Anybody want to say something before and then get to Pak Matt, to Niki, Andreas? Opung, ayo Opung. Iya.
So Andreas is gonna talk at the end now anyway.
Oh, but he's going to close, right?
Yes. Yeah, you wanna.
Am I going overtime now?
No, not overtime.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Okay.
You know, we can go.
No
to
problem. I think we are already
4 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Really?
No. We can finish as we like.
Yeah. Good. So.
Pardon? That's outside for the evening.
Yeah. This is not closing. Yeah.
No, not closing.
Okay. Yeah.
Just
comments.
Just to try to give a comment above the comment. Yeah. I have writing. Thank you for the comment and the input, and I've been put a note here few pages, and I think basically the important thing is, again, when we starting the blue carbon itself about early 2010, the problem, big problem at the time, we could able to classify what are the problem is. First, at the time, I just try to remember, lack of the data, lack of the scientific data. That's what already present 10 years ago. The second is the problem regarding the less attention of the policymaker. The common property resources of the most of our coastal ecosystem. These three problems are the key for Indonesia at the time. And unfortunately, up to now, it's still a problem. But it's less. We reduce the problem. We reduce a lot the problem. I think all of you are already showing us many of carbon data, isn't it? And also, the attention of the government is greatly improved regarding the blue carbon. Since 2015, many ministers are talking, also the president explicitly discussed about the blue carbon itself. But the important thing is, what is the follow-up? Sometimes we are, as people on the field, we are forgot that we need to follow up something. So that what already gone by the policymakers at the high level could be go down. It seems like us becoming happy when the president say, let's go do something on blue carbon, and everyone is, but no action. We do understand that the resources are limited, but you have the creativity. This is what we are thinking of. So, again, I believe if we are still like this, even though 10 years later will be the same story. So, but we are quite lucky, Pak. I think with the current situation, when the ocean issue is a bit, improve the level of the attention at national scale. So take the opportunity. Many opportunity, I believe. Because we are under coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment quite often calling the scientists to feed us the information, which never happened before. But the important is the execution, the action. We ask depending on the level of the meetings, we ask the DG or the minister or the chairman of the agency, what is the scientific information on this issue? What is the weakness of the data that we need to be improved? Then we talk about how to improve this. When we talk about how to improve, we can call the Ministry of Finance to improve the money, to put the money. But showing us what is the current condition, and this doesn't need to be long. We need to work very fast now. Otherwise, with the current situation, the government have a high priority on the ocean, and then we just still typing very slow. I think you will lose. And 2024, we don't know what will happen.
Okay.
And then this is finished. Hopefully, 24 is better. But anyway.
Mulai nih. Okay.
But anyway.
Tunggu. So save that for the closing remark.
No.
Yeah. What's next?
About the students. Yeah. No. It's not kampanye.
To start this campaign.
When the people at the high level are concerned about the ocean, I feel like that, Pak.
Okay.
So, and also about the again, about the map and the things, I think this is, as long you, for example, again, then we have a meeting, if you can provide the map, something like that, very in the good way, even though there's some bolong, yeah, the holes, it's no problem. So, and also about the data custodian things. I think whoever or the owner of the data custodian is no problem, and it's okay. But the important thing, how this institution could maintain and could open the data.
What institution?
Any Pak. Even though myself, no problem, for example. But if the data is belong to, for example, to Bappenas, if Bappenas just keep it the data as they like, just in case, Pak, just in case. Because if I say LHK or KKP, they are angry.
No, KLHK udah jadi.
Itu makanya saya bilang, because I just asked the Bappenas because they will never have data custodian. That's the thing is, I mean, that the important thing about the data. I think, and also it's already regulated by our government, who is the owner of the data, but doesn't mean you keep the data by yourself, because data is mean nothing if there's not sharing, and if you tell the information behind this. So, because don't give the data to government, they will don't know what is the meaning of the numbers. But provide them with the information based on your data, so that for the next step, people will get more attention to this kind of opportunity, something like that, Pak. Ya Pak, gitu aja Pak. Terima kasih Pak.
Terima kasih Pak Andreas. Jadi gini ya, saya nggak mau berniat untuk mau rekap diskusi. Saya rasa Bapak Ibu, ada yang masih mau ngomong lagi dulu sebelum saya mau serahkan ini. Dari tadi kayaknya kita hampir diusir, tapi belum ya, nggak jadi. Dulu, biar jelas, strategic measures itu apa ya maksudnya? Ini orang KLHK juga bingung nih. biar clear, jadi maksudnya digabung atau di... Oh itu, oh, oke ya, I think, ya, oke. Ya, incorporated, ya, oke. NDC. Okay. All right. SRN. Yeah. Okay. So terima kasih. Jadi gini ya, saya ulang, saya nggak mau summarize. I'm not trying to summarize and then to sort of tell or retell what you already told me, told the group. But I think every single point, every single issue that you raised matters. Although we keep hearing data, maps, but you know, if Andreas said that, you know, he started like 10 years ago, I started back at the COP, berapa ya, 2007. Andreas masih sekolah tuh, di Bali, 2007. Frida baru masuk ya waktu Frida ya. Udah ya. Iya udah di Peranca kan. Waktu itu ya. So that was, I remember, we went to a COP in Bali. COP 16 tuh saya ingat tuh. And then the next COP was in Copenhagen in the middle of winter. And then my minister, Pak Fadel Muhammad, he asked me to talk to the guy, I forgot his name, he was the UNEP administrator. Then he said,
Pak Tony, blue carbon. And then he asked me like, so can you explain to me what blue carbon is? I had no idea, but I was looking at the, they published this manual or booklet, right? Terus dengan Frida terus kita terjemahin ke bahasa, ingat nggak waktu itu? But basically the point was that, kita punya mangrove terbesar di dunia. Kita punya Seagrass, katanya luasan mungkin terbesar di dunia. Kalau saya kali dengan harga karbon sekian gitu, wah kita bisa kaya nih Indonesia katanya. Ayo terjemahkan. Betul kan? Ya Pak, betul Pak. Tapi habis itu saya pikir, buset. Itu bayangkan kalau sampai itu jadi masuk ke dalam keputusan, wah salah besar. Apa yang teman-teman semua yang dari kalangan scientific, expert katakan itu harus bisa diterjemahkan ke policy. We need to take the information, the data or information, whatever Andrea said, translate it into policy. Because otherwise, that's going to be sitting in whatever your desk, your laptop, your computers, and will be meaningless. But if you could make it like meaningful, then become like Ibu Firni said, the mangrove stories, that is going to be something. But I believe, Bu Firni, the mangrove group also sort of like underwent this kind of like a situation maybe 20 years ago, right? When you were talking about data, maps, but with technology, with information, I think we can overcome this. And I think Seagrass community, this is a community of practitioners, should take advantage of networking. You're talking about networking, you're talking about the technology. Now Google was here, so use that. But again, it will be nothing, it means nothing if then you just keep it to yourself. Kalau kita nggak share, nggak berbagi, atau kalau di kalangan kampus itu harus dipublish, tapi jangan takut untuk mau apa ya, kalau tadi Mas Farma bilang kan kita bisa mulai dengan sesuatu yang simple. Pasti juga cerita mangrove tadi itu mulai dari yang simple. Nah jadi saya mengerti dengan frustrasi, kebingungan mengenai data kustodian. Dan ini juga terus terang dengan kondisi kita di Indonesia, BRIN, kita nggak usah masuk ke situ, tapi kita juga harus introspeksi, BRIN mau kemana? Di BRIN yang tadinya dulu LIPI P2O ya, udah siap nih, hanya Mas Udi. Tahu-tahu, stop dulu, kita beresin dulu di dalam. Ya nggak apa-apa Wan ya. Nah jadi udah tinggal sedikit aja kan Ter, kita udah mau kumpulin. Saya masih ingat tuh, makanya keluar tuh buku tuh, yang Seagrass itu. Karena udah bagi, mangrove di KLK, Seagrass di P2O. Nah sekarang muncul untuk Seagrass di KKP kali ya. Nah mungkin iya karena di situ tempatnya untuk bisa, dan juga sektoral bukan teknis Pak. Kebijakan nanti ada di Bappenas, ada di Kemenko kan. Nah, jadi saya rasa ini bisa kita angkat. Kan kembali premisnya atau pertanyaan yang saya tanya, habis pulang dari sini kita mau ngapain? Apa cuma habis itu ya udah balik lagi dengan rutinitas, disposisi dan segala macam? Enggak dong. Ya tadi kebingungan tadi mestinya kita bisa ada kesempatan untuk angkat. Jadi last but not least, I would like to thank Matt, the team. I cannot mention Pak Mark. Some folks, they already left. Pak Tim, for this opportunity. I think I did not involve at the beginning. I think Andreas was doing that, but this is a good opportunity for exactly the people here and also who are joining virtually. But we should take this as an opportunity, good opportunity for us to bring back to our own little community, dimanapun Anda berada. And then we need to take this an extra step to make it happen. Mulai dengan yang kecil aja dulu tadi kan, data-data, info. Apakah mungkin mau dengan WA group kayak mau network atau apa itu teknis. Tapi yang penting ada kelanjutannya. Kalau enggak ya udah kita pulang. Thank you very much and goodbye. That's it. But no, we don't want to do that. Ini sedikit info aja dan saya juga terima kasih. Ini kebetulan sedikit cerita bahwa di Bappenas, di tempat saya di ICCTF kita akan mau embark with a very small project to start what we call the Indonesia Blue Carbon Strategy Framework. To develop the framework and then basically the framework ini apa namanya kerangka kerja. Wah ini udah mulai rame nih, bahaya nih. Kerangka kerja itu berarti siapa bikin apa. So who's doing what, and I'm going to take this opportunity also to have the information that you have here, who is doing what from this group, and then I'll contact you again. So that's the thing that we are planning to do, and we hope that, of course, this discussion will be useful, and you can go home with very, feeling much better, enriched with the discussion that we had in the past 2 or 3 days. And with that, thank you again, Ahmed. Thank you to the Governor of Australia for providing us with this opportunity. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Get back to Christina.
Terima kasih. Yeah, so that is the end of this session. I think
not
you
quite.
all started a really. Oh, sorry.
One last
Sorry.
few words. I didn't get to say what's next. Okay. Yeah. So what's next? So when we on the first day, when Frida gave her talk, she said this is like a blue carbon reunion, right? And we were together in 2019, and now many of us have come back together again. So, and I just want to reflect on that for a moment, because yes, sometimes it feels like we're not making progress. 2019 we said we need to fix the mapping. 2022 we're still saying but think about 2019 we said seagrass is a gap. 2022 we're saying look at all this data we have. The gap is how can we bring it together? So it's progress, right? So what's next for me? There's a couple of things of what's next. What's next as a group? You've all identified things that need to be acted upon. All of those are important. But what's next as a group is let's stay as an Indonesian community of practice of technical experts to keep progressing the seagrass and collect the data and also build the frameworks to share the data and all that. What's next then? Those technical experts will need to keep talking through the policy channels to make sure the information, not data, but information goes where it needs to go. And on that, what's next for me is I think I would like to try and organise a workshop that focuses very much on data and very just compiling, synthesising. Can we produce a compendium, a synthesis of the seagrass stock, biomass sort of data? That's what I would like to do next, and I will think about that. So if I can, just to say thank you to a couple of people. First of all, before the workshop, there were a few people who were running the lab, collecting more data, especially Christina, Ayu, and the lab team, Zaki and Olia, and others who I haven't met yet. So thank you to those. They were working very, very hard. And that's all to feed into the process that we're talking today. So I'm very grateful for all of that. And then thank you to the teams of people who were manning the door, manning the back. It was Bajo, and again at the door was Andy, and I saw Olia there and others. So that was great. I couldn't do this without Pak Mark. He makes it work. So, and Ibu Yvonne also. Terima kasih. I'm so grateful because I couldn't concentrate on thinking and thinking about the science and the lessons if you weren't there to make everything just work. And then of course, thank you to my good friend and colleague Andreas, because this is a joint vision we've had. And I can't do this on my own. I have to, contact Andreas and say, here's an idea, and we figure it out. So thank you, and thank you to all for coming and making it work. Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Bapak, Ibu-Ibu, thank you very much for you are coming here. It is a part of the collaboration. Remind me about 2017. We have the maritime bilateral cooperation between Indonesia and Australia, and there are several actions that listed on this agreement. That actually this is opportunity again for those who read and do some action on the document. Ian and Matt, we met before, and we are quite lucky that we have the same vision. We try to make this high level commitment becoming real on or implemented in Indonesia and Australia. So, and now is one of the results. And thank you to Bu Niki, Kakak Niki, for this bridging us here. So I think this is very important meeting for us, and hopefully for maybe next year, something like that, we could have more like this, and also maybe we could develop more innovative, not only research, but also capacity development, and also the policymakers also need to be improve the capacity. And I think this is all from us. And again, thank you very much for your coming here, and see you maybe next time. Thank you.